Hello, Skylar. How you doing? Let's see. We're gonna move this over to thithers. Collapse that one into one. Ow. Okay, so we'll pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Go to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we could do this one too. Save that one. Okay, we should be good. All right. Hello, Caleb. How you going, buddy? Doing all right. Happy to hear it. I'm doing good. I tried to record a video. The intro wasn't too bad, but then it kind of got boring. So rather than just going with boring, I figured we'll do we'll just park that idea for now and then we'll try it again later. Shall we do a game, though? That I don't actually know. So this is clearly some kind of PlayStation thing. Hang on to that one, Freefall. I'll try to answer your question, but I don't want to have anything to do with Anathema today. I'm like taking a break from Anathema today. But I will look at your question. Which branch are you on? Parappa the Rapper? No, that can't be it. It is. Oh, wow. Okay. There you go. That wasn't too bad. Hello, Batman. How you going? The main branch has issues with terminal window resizing. Yeah, the main branch. Don't use the main branch. Right? It's been a long time since we merged dev into main. Does Control-C do anything? Quit on Control-C. All right, why don't we have a look? Actually, yeah, that's not even in there anymore. You are probably not on the dev branch then. Yeah, that's not in the trait anymore. Hello, Lanolate. How you doing? Hello, Londo. How are you doing? How are you acclimatizing, Londo? All right, so I think you're on the wrong branch, maybe. Okay. So, what do we do? Alive, the new job is lovely. I'm happy to hear that. That's pretty good. Pretty good. You asked if it does something on the back end, right? So I just looked for quit on Control-C. Calm down. Made a permanent switch to Linux, never switching again. Famous last words. No, it's okay. Sorry, Freefall. Sorry, I didn't. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. Sorry. Okay. I do this. I'm sorry. It's terrible. I'm sorry. Okay, it's not you. It's me. Sorry. The history be changing. They even have some reasonable safety stuff in place, like read-only user accounts for the live database. Really? So you can look there and know you're not going to damage it. That sounds sensible, right? Hello, Stabbing Swordfish. How am I doing today? I was doing all right. How are you doing? All right. Let's have a look at the backend. It's the TUI backend. And do we have a quit on Control-C? I don't know if this is being used for anything. I don't think so. No, this thing is not used for anything, Freefall. Don't apologize. Freefall, that is not you. It's me, okay? I was doing a dingus thing, okay? It's all good. Okay, so here we are. New day, new stream. I'm starting out a little bit late. Oh my god, it's very late. I tried to record a video this morning and it failed miserably, right? I was recording a video on the visitor pattern. I wrote an implementation of the visitor as well, right? But you trust the deb files. Let me show you something, Lead. Mention one thing that you use that has a deb file, right? And let's have a look if there is an equivalent, right? What software do you use that uses deb files, right? I was trying out Wayland this morning. Bitwig, well, now you're right up my alley, okay? I even have a Bitwig license, right? So if we quit the browser intentionally, and then we go to Bitwig Studios, or Studio in this case, which is what we're interested in, right? So Bitwig Studio. And you don't know if you trust the AUR, right? But you can actually see what this thing does. It just unpacks the deb file, right? No, it doesn't. That's not the deb file. Here it is, right? Oh yeah, that's the package version, 5.2.4. Wow, are we on 5.2 already? But here you can see what is actually happening, right? You can see what is happening with this thing. It's going to get the deb file, and it's going to unpack the deb file. So this is, you could replace this with a bash script if you wanted to, right? Exactly this. You just do this. There doesn't seem to be any way to stop the runtime besides Control-C anyway right now. No, so but that is built into the default global event handler. So if you don't want to quit with Control-C, then you just override the event handler. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot that goes on here. Is this still a thing? Are they still having the 8-track thing? All right, cool. But, okay, let me reiterate. I don't want to have anything to do with Anathema today. I am sick of the project. I've had it up to here, right? Not up to here or here, but up to here with that project. And I want to do something different today, whether that's drinking tea and yelling at strangers or, I don't know, JavaScript with my eyes closed. We're not going to do that. But whatever it is, right? Anyway, I tried Wayland today and it didn't work out of the box like it's supposed to. I had to do a bunch of configuration settings nonsense, and in the end, the camera quality was just shit. So I ended up just noping out of it. Two issues, right? So OBS is supposed to have support for Wayland out of the box, but it doesn't unless you install a bunch of things, right? Well, that's fine. So I installed a bunch of things, but when I set up screen sharing, it shared my screen like it's supposed to, but then it stopped sharing my screen like it's not supposed to. All right. And it started sharing all my screens. So it was like broadcasting 3 screens all put together. And That's obviously not what I wanted. And the camera ran at like 3 frames per second. It was terrible. And like, okay, so this is working if you have no standards, but you know, doesn't AUR help us? Don't use AUR helpers unless you're sure. Yeah. So they generally, but I can show you guys how to. I mean, you should obviously go and read this stuff, but really, it's quite simple how all this stuff works, right? If we do a make package clean in here, right? Really. All you do, right? You git clone, right? You git clone the package that you want, right? So you go powerub in maybe, right? That's the one I had there. There was an issue with power, so I had to go and sort that out. And rather than not, all right. You right click this guy, copy link, and then you do a git clone of this thing, all right, and you end up with a directory that looks like this, and then all you do is look in here and be like, okay, what are you gonna do, right? All right, you're gonna install Paru here, the conf there, blah blah. You're gonna install all this crap, all right, cool, and it's gonna build Paru, where it's like the build thing, all right? Oh no, it doesn't build Paru, it's the binary, you idiot. Okay. So no building, right? Then we call make package. All right, this will create the package. So in this case, it's gonna download Power V2, whatchamacallit. And now it's done, it's finished making. We can see what we have here now. We can look inside the source if we want to. It's not gonna be anything useful in there. Here's the bin file and the conf file that it's gonna copy. What's it gonna do with all this file? Well, if we look at this thing again, we can see what it's going to do. It's going to copy the power file to user bin power. So if I do which power, it's going to say user bin power, right? The power config goes into it, and the man pages are installed. We have some bash completion and all that stuff, right? It's going to copy the locale into user share, and then it's done, right? That's what the install will do. We haven't done the install yet. If I do make package -I, whoopsie doodles, now it's going to install this thing, but I don't want to install this thing because I already have this installed, right? So I don't want to install it. But that's it. That's all you got to do. But you should get into the habit of looking at the package files and all that stuff, right? Drinking strangers and yelling at tea.
You better watch out, T.
All right. You mentioned you have a Bitwig license. Not sure how much you look into VSTs, but I spend a lot of time finding VSTs that are cross-platform, and TUI and Vital are the 2 companies I love the most because they're Linux support. TUI Zebra is amazing, so much so that Hans Zimmer used it for all his soundtracks. That's cool. What is TMD? TMD is a function inside my fish functions here. And looks like this. It's going to set the local session name to dev. It's going to see if that session exists. If it exists, we're going to attach to it, which means if I do this, I have now I've just attached it to the running session because it exists, and we're going to bail. Otherwise, we're going to make a new session with that, and I have the Vim icon there for some reason. I don't remember why, but it's there. TMD is tmux dev. It's short for tmux dev. I had a TMW, which was tmux work. So I had a dev one for my local stuff and a work one for work stuff. Then we were just going to select the first window and attach the session, and that's it, right? So that's what TMD does. Nothing too exciting. Power is written in Rust. Yes, it's written. It's by the guy who made Yay, which is written not in Rust, it's written in Go, and it's maintaining both of them. Question is, why does this thing taste like almond milk when I put it in a thermos? All right, And finally, my kitchen nightmares are almost effectively over. I have one more thing to do, and that is put up some skirting boards, and then I'm done, right? Very good, Scott. Did you enjoy the pumpkin party? Was it a good party? So I don't know what we're going to do today, though, right? It seems like today is going to be a little bit of a whatever nonsense day. So we talked a little bit about things yesterday. Let's have a look. So this is possibly what we could be looking at building. Maybe we do something chill and just build a website. Your thermos contained 3 liters of almond milk at one point. No. It would be almond milk displacement then, right? Have you ever written a fractal render? Maybe a long time ago. Well, I don't know if I finished it, but it's not interesting to me. It's not like writing a fractal render or a ray trace or anything like that. They don't really interest me to do, right? I don't know how to do them at the top of my head. So it's just a case of copying what someone else has done. And these things are essentially useless. They're not, but they kind of are. You don't do anything with them. I don't enjoy programming for the sake of programming. I like to have one or two scenarios. One, either I'm programming because I'm building something I want, or two, I'm programming because I want to learn something that I'm going to use to build something I want. So things like fractal renders, ray traces, and whatever, right? These things, I rarely find joy in building them, right? Relay website would be cool. Chill is usually useful. Yeah, possibly. It was fun, a little silly. What? A little bit silly is pretty good, though. What is the Relay website? So a while ago, we did a relay where I started writing some code. Then I gave the code to the next person. Here, let me give you a summary of the relay, okay? Can I just copy? Share, there we go. There you are. So that's a video from the relay. And basically the essence is I write some code with a given time constraint. When my time is up, I have to give the code to someone else. And they have to try to figure out what I'm doing and where it's going. And it was a mess. Are you going to use a whiteboard and boxes? For building a website, probably not. I haven't done a website in many years. I honestly don't. I feel like I've forgotten a lot of it. But I don't think drawing boxes will be necessary. We can just figure out the basics of this thing. Most of the things that I consider when it comes to building things, the thing that puts me off building websites is that you need to host them, and anything that isn't hosted or anything that is hosted on like Linode or DigitalOcean or whatever, Vultr or whatever, costs money to host, right? Now, it's not a lot, but it's like an unnecessary expense if you're not going to do anything, which is why togglebit.io is hosted for free. And probably, hopefully, always will be, right? I mean, if Netlify started charging for it, I would just move to GitHub Pages and be done with it, right? Build websites and don't host them. What's Relay Dev? I don't even know what that is. Let's have a look. Probably wants a bunch of JavaScript. No. Oh, right. Blah, 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 blah. Moving on. So, yeah, you can do the JavaScript if you want, Skylar. A little birdie told me that you're really into JavaScript and you would rather do that. So you can do that if you want, right? Moved from Netlify to Cloudflare. Nah. Yeah, is 2. Um, so I don't know. Wasn't Cloudflare in the hot seat recently, charging some company a bunch of money because they were a gambling company? I don't know. The whole thing is just sometimes companies just do this weird thing, and I'm worried that this is being done to other people, but they just stay quiet and pay the bill, right? So I don't know. I host with whatever doesn't no vendor lock-in, right? No one's gonna DDoS my website, land on lead, right? That's a concern if you have a business. My website, no one's gonna care about that, right? I was gonna put up a website on NeoCities, but I need to actually have something to write about. Why don't you write about your journey, right? You guys can write cooking recipes. They are like 9,000 pages worth of some trite, ridiculous holiday story that no one cares about. How some mom took the kids down to the beach and then made cupcakes out of sand. And they then went to a bar and the kids destroyed everything. And then the husband left because she was a terrible person. And then also, yeah, if you want the recipe for pizza, it's like 2 tablespoons of dirt and an egg. All right. But you only get that after you read through the ridiculous post with way too much nonsense. I've never heard of NeoCities. What's a NeoCities? Is it like, I'm guessing it's from GeoCities, right? Defunct GeoCities. It's a social network. No, it isn't. I bet it isn't a social network. Just because you're hosting a website doesn't make it a social network. Plus community, okay. Okay, I shall stand corrected. And sharing their sites on your social network of choice. Okay. What do you guys think that their stack is? JavaScript, Python, or Ruby? Right? Not PHP. What do you guys think? JavaScript, Python, or Ruby? Without looking, can I hear some guesses in chat? Is NeoCities built on JavaScript? We got one for JavaScript. Python or Ruby? It's going to be one of those. Don't go looking. Yeah, okay. Then keep it in your pocket. Then freefall. Okay, we got 2 votes for JavaScript. Python, nice. Good choice. Good choice. C#, yeah, you know what? I forgot about that guy. I haven't done that for a living. All right, we got a C#, we got a Python, we got 2 JavaScripts, okay? Are you ready? Should we have a look then? All right. CSS? Oh, it's JavaScript. Wait, what? Oh, man, sandbagged. Sandbagged, right? It's JavaScript and Python. Everyone's a winner. Almost. Assembly. Hey, all of the above, right? We got some Ruby, Python, and JavaScript though, right? NeoCities is just CSS, apparently. So that's the Python API. Okay, that's a CLI. CSS engineers. I never evaluated anything yesterday of the t-shirt things, right? I was so tired by the end of the stream, I just crashed. GitHub's language detection isn't very good. No, it's not really. I mean, if you look at something and it has like too many languages, then it's just exhibiting that. But I think in this case, it's a clear cut case of JavaScript, right? Okay, so it looks like, I'm guessing Python is like the main driver then. Not yet, Dottie. Yeah, but what's the API written in then? The Python API for NeoCities or .org. So what's the back end of this thing written in then? If this is not that, although this is a package, so maybe this is not it. No, I think you're right. This is not it. Ruby. Oh, it is too. It is too a Ruby. Oh man, I just saw the CSS thing. Gotcha. So Ruby is the main language. All right, there we go. Oh, I am in pain today. I have neck pain coming out of my neck, and it feels like I have rocks under my skin, which is possibly a lot of like knots in my non-skin. And I don't know what to do. Oh, it's very unpleasant. So we'll see how long this is going to last today. Did you have your head turned back? No, I haven't. I have probably been pushing too hard when I've been working out because I think I'm 20. And then I go to the gym and I'll be like, yeah, I'm 20. Let's lift some things. And then everything's just gone. Yeah, I was warming up today by doing like some light shoulder presses. And every time I went down, it was like someone was popping bubble wrap across my spine. So I don't know, man. Common side effects of I don't actually think it's the programming that's the problem here, right? Despite how much I don't like this chair, it's not the worst chair in the world. It's never given me grief in the past. But today, cheers. Microphone. Today is the day, right? Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I could ask my wife to just, step on my back, kick me in the kidneys a little bit, and, do the usual thing that loving couples do. And that might actually fix something. I could just have my kid roller skate on me as well. Okay, so I made a video this morning that I didn't love, and that was about trees. No, it wasn't. It was about the visitor pattern, but it's very short. I managed to spill on my keyboard. No, I was just blind again. So I need to change the script a little for the actual implementation part of the video. So the intro is fine, but the implementation is not. The implementation is, what's the word? The thing you feel when someone else is talking. Boring. It's boring, right? Okay, so Code Relay, Wasm, and Rust educational material. I don't know what educational stuff we could do today. Is there, what we could do though? Before we jump off and build any kind of website, let's have a look at the stri type of Rust. All right. Let's have a look and see if there's anything in here that looks a little bit interesting that we can look at. Let me rephrase that. I'm going to have a look to see if there's anything here that I am unfamiliar with and that I feel is maybe relevant to me. So let's have a look. All the cell stuff is pretty basic. We can skip the cell. We can skip the car pieces as well. What's a compare reverse? All right, it's not nightly. I have Bootstrap for reversing order. Why is this in comp? Comparing and ordering. Okay. And I think I'm making an EXIF parser. It's a good. I think an EXIF parser is probably a really good like first Rust project. The EXIF parser I used to write my first Rust program that I finished. That parser has probably not been updated for 8 years, I think. But no, I haven't thought about writing a parser for it though. Well, it depends on what version, right? Well, not really, but EXIF exists in many versions. So EXIF spec. Let's see if there's that's Wikipedia, but let's see if there's a spec for this thing, right? Man, it's very sluggish, the connectivity here. Hang on, I might have to do some changes. There are a lot of values, but I'm gonna venture a guess and say a lot of them are just gonna be strings. This is probably what is mostly relevant to photographers, is for you to be able to review a picture you took and you can see what your focal length and shutter speed and aperture was when you took the picture, and I assume. Yeah, it also stores GPS coordinates if you have that enabled. It's too late, Bean Juice. I got into... I guessed the game correctly, the series correctly on the first one, and I got the answer on the second one. Yeah, but you still have the trait bound issue though, Tanaka. So you still have the sync send issue. I did not. It's just zoomed in a lot. And it's Wikipedia. I don't know. There's nothing here on the format. So let's have a look here. What the flip? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm too interested in doing this one. It would be... So writing a parser is actually quite fun, though. Yeah, but we're talking about specifically this thing, right? So we're not talking about a third-party crate. We've had third-party crates for async traits forever, right? The external link at the bottom of the Wikipedia page has the format docs. Aren't you more interested in the AVIF file format? No. And often you don't really need that send bound. Just remove async trait derives on quite many traits, works only one. Well, you do if you're gonna use it with Tokyo, right? Because it has a pretty strict requirement of static and send, right? AV1 image format. What's this thing then? What the hell, man? I can't read this. There wasn't really a lot of there either, right? WebP. Video compression something. Image format. That looks like an encoder. And before. Mom. Media type. Image AVIF. Image format again. Compression rate. So the better image format with a higher compression rate than other image formats like JPEG over WebP. Image quality. Nah, I don't know, man. Why are you reading German Wikipedia? Because I'm living life on hard mode, okay? I don't do easy mode like you guys do, okay? You're like, ooh, I want to understand what I read. Nerds. Random German detected. Oder is or. Rust in French. Reading German wiki is very easy. Reading German wiki is easy. Pronouncing and understanding is hard. All right, so I was looking at this thing. Why do we have this thing in compare? That's because compare is sort and order. So it's not overly exciting. Let's have a look at it though. Let's pop the hood, shall we? So, okay, so it just changes the order. That's kind of simple and clever at the same time, right? A little bit annoying that they left a space here, but it's kind of clever by just reversing the comparisons, right? This one, I don't know why they do it this way, but okay. They just swap places between self and other, right? And that's it. I don't think that's a valid reason for it. Like, there's nothing in any Rust spec I've ever seen that says you should add a new line between the functions that are required and the ones that are not, right? That's just, all right, but who cares, right? Why is the girl masculine? Because she had a massive beard. Or the son feminine? Because he was being up all day. I don't know, Skylar. You guys invented this language. You guys gotta deal with it, right? Nice thing about articles is you can ignore them and people will still understand you. Girl is not masculine in German, though. Maybe she shaved. Girl is neutral. All right. It's neuter. No, Skylar. That means something very different than neutral, okay? All right. Bad word. Anyway. Hello, Ryan. My company is currently suing our old CEO for 20 million. Nice. Does your old CEO have enough money to pay that? Whatever they did, man. Tell the old CEO, Ryan, to come to my stream and contribute to the sub goal before they lose all the money, right? Are there any collections that are interesting? Not really. Probably embezzlement. Quickly, dump all the money in the stream before they catch you. BT map isn't interesting. I mean, it's interesting, but it's not interesting to me. It's not something that I feel like I want to dig into. What's NVAR's OS? Is this So it's just to get OS strings, right? Instead of strings. Yeah. All right. So that wasn't that interesting either. B-tree map. It's painful to understand according to Wiry. I mean, possibly. Possibly. So B-tree sets and B-tree maps have ordered inserts, right? So when you insert into a B-tree map, depending on the order, right, you're gonna have the what's the word? Anyway, yeah. So it retains the order. It's an ordered insert basically, which is useful sometimes, but it has a bigger overhead, right? But there's not really anything super exciting to. You can just pop open B-tree map and look at it, right? How did you get here? And we look at the insert function. Oh, it does the entry thing. So maybe that one isn't that good then to look at. I thought this one had. Yeah, there you go. You just have to follow this around, but it just keeps the order of it. It's not that interesting. We could make some data types, maybe. That's always fun. Do we need any data type for anything? Do you really need to understand the B-tree map? If you need to sort a hash map, use B-tree map. So it's you definitely don't need to understand it, right? What is useful is to know what it does, but how it achieves it isn't super relevant most of the time. You should be aware that inserting into a B-tree map is more expensive than inserting into a hash map, but the reason you pick a B-tree map is because the order is relevant and you can't use a hash map then. So as long as you understand what the B-tree map does, it's sort of not a choice between a B-tree map and a hash map. Then you should always pick a hash map unless the insert order is relevant, right? Then you have to pick a B-tree map, right? Kind of. If you ever want to make a programming language using Rust, you'd call it lepus, which is Latin for rabbit. Interesting. We made a programming language in Rust years ago. We called it Gunlang because it was supposed to be used in a game to program a gun. Concept, I think, is still good. I'm probably just never going to write it. How are you going to implement your own from scratch if you don't rewrite everything? There is that. If you want to implement your own B-tree map, then you should understand it. But I'm going to guess, unless you're a master of algorithms and understandings, that your implementation of B-tree maps is probably not going to be that great. I'm just saying. I mean, so there are use cases where things... The way you use something changes what you need, right? Let's say that you're gonna have something that is like a dictionary or something, right? All right, how do I do this? All right, hang on, buddy. I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, damn it. Did you click the button by accident? All right. right, it doesn't seem to work, Don. I can't hear you, and I can't seem to speak either. You both our microphones are muted, so I just gonna close that down. I think it doesn't work very well in this with Firefox, right? You clicked that by accident. All right, I guessed as much. All right, cheers. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How you doing today? We're just talking nonsense. Yeah, I think, but we should probably do it like through Discord or something. Does anyone want to see if the Discord audio works? Right, let's fire up the Discord client, and we can see if anyone wants to join in. Okay, let me do this. Let's get the channel public permissions. There you go. All right, so we have a channel now on the Discord, and there you go. Hello, Enrique, how you doing? Hello, Tanaka buddy, how are you? Can you guys hear me all right? No one is saying anything. And Enrico, you got your you muted your headphones, right? So you're not gonna hear me. I'm gonna pause that. There we go. Yeah, thank you. That's definitely what I wanted. Thanks for that. Say something instead. And put your video on so I can like pop the video out and just drag you over to this side. One of you, Enrico or Danaka. Come on. Danaka left. I'm leaving again. You're at work. Fair enough. Enrico, you have to talk. All right. Does anyone else want to join? Wait, hang on. Let me. Enrico. You know the expression. Why are you just sitting there in the channel not saying anything, man? Come on. Come on, buddy. All right, then I'm hopping out of there. Okay, so no one wanted to do anything. Fine. You can hear me, but from the right side for some reason. But I wanted someone to talk. Say something, nerd. Nice, yeah. But you didn't have your microphone on, Enrico. And then Skylar joined. All right, let's see. Skylar or Enrico, you guys have to say something, all right? You're both muted. All right, well, that experiment lasted long. Okay, delete channel, bye. Anyway, let's get back to it. At least that was an interesting experiment. It was more of a social experiment than anything. All right, okay, so what were we looking at? Oh, do you want to join, Don? Could have done that. All right, go to work. I'll speak to you later, mate. What did you miss? No, well, I tried to set up a channel where we can have one person join on stream, but everyone who joined had the microphone muted or was just playing with the soundboard. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not really what I had in mind. So bye. It's just the internet in action. Your voice is shit right now. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Do you know a way to get seg faults in Rust? Yes, it's very easy to get seg faults in Rust. Okay, let's do that. Let's go and make a seg fault in Rust. All right. Even better, right? We're just gonna give it a type. We can do this, and then we can just do that. Really? We can't just do that. There you go. That's a seg fault. Although we don't actually see that as a seg fault. That's very strange. But anyway, wait, there is more. All right, we're going to print the string. Why can't we just dereference this thing? So this thing should give us a pointer to a string. All right, let's just read the pointer then if you're going to be like that. Okay, that was seg fault. I guess we can shorten this then by just doing a read here of a null pointer, which will give us a... There we go, right? That should be enough to seg fault. There you go. Use the turbofish. Yeah, totes, man. But then why would you join a channel to participate in a voice chat then? Okay. I did, but why would you join a voice channel if you don't have a microphone, right? To test if it works to have two people on stream through the Discord, right? Yeah, I'm gonna shame you all the way to Sunday, okay? Feel shamed. You do it, man. Do you want to plug it in and join the stream then, Rico? Hello, Cytonic. It's going alright. How you doing? This is a useful skill. Okay. What else do we have then? We looked at that. That wasn't very exciting. What's error report? Not seen that. Nightly, okay. Blech. All right, cool, but it's nightly only. So that would be interesting when that stabilizes then. We can get prettier errors then. How's it going, DC? What game are you playing, DC? Do you want to swap with me? Can I play and you write code? Well, you know what, Cytonic? That's kind of nice that they picked someone who asked for less money, though, right? So they didn't say, we picked someone else because you were shit. They're like, no, we picked someone else because we value money more than skill. Man, this is like going back in time. Yeah, everyone uses Nightly for Rust format, right? But EVE Online, okay, no, isn't... I've heard EVE Online described as spreadsheets in space. So I did a podcast a while ago with another guy who used to be a streamer, Acton, lovely dude. And he talks a lot about EVE Online. Like all the knowledge I have of EVE Online comes from us doing like the podcast together and talking about EVE Online. Right? So back in like 2016, 2017, it was not too uncommon to use Nightly Rust for your everyday whatever, right? Because there were so many really cool features only available on nightly. These days, that's not really the case anymore. I don't really know exactly when we seem to have made the transition into stable, but people got more and more concerned with running stable overnightly. And since more and more feature got stabilized, it's now sort of the default instead of nightly. And I think that's a nice position to reach as a language, right? You have more options with Rust format, right? So we can look at something like you need to enable unstable features, single line, these two, and one of the more important ones to me, I think, is group imports and import granularity. I don't think these two, maybe one of them is available on stable. I don't think both of them are available on stable. You can look up which is which. I don't really keep track of it, but I think it's fine. It's fine. FFI, don't care. Format, don't care. File system, probably nothing in here that's overly interesting. Ooh, no. Oh, I'm starting to feel a bit rough. And the wife was saying yesterday, I think I'm coming down with something. I was like, no, I'm been putting off getting the flu shot. I was going to get it this weekend. If I get the flu, I'm going to be livid. I can't believe there's someone with over 5 years of experience that asks for less money. I mean, it could have been a candidate from a completely different country, right? It could have been someone who's really good at programming, really bad at selling negotiation, right? It's difficult to say, right? Borrowed buffer. All right, nightly only. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a headache. Come on, man. I don't want to get sick now. My child will never forgive me. Ether chain is cool, but there's nothing really to explore there. Iterator adapters, we've gone through these on stream. This one is nightly, probably. Yeah. Phantom Pin is new to me. They're making new laws to make it easier to hire people from outside our country. All right, what country? Can I get a job then, right? I can quit streaming and come and work with you guys instead. A market type, Croatia. Oh man, I remember where was I? Doesn't really matter. But I remember roughly around the time when Croatia became like this incredible holiday destination, when people all of a sudden everyone wanted to go on a holiday to Croatia. You probably remember this as well, right? 1,800 euros. Do you know how much I make as a streamer? Sign me up. I don't care about money at Physiotronic, right? Money is not a motivator for me when it comes to work. I need to care about the product that I'm building and get along with the people I'm working with. So money is not really a motivator for me, right? Which does not implement unpin. Okay, so this is just to make something not unpin. Okay, got it. Wait, what? Oh, I see. All right, now it makes sense. Yep. Wow, hectic, man. Successor sounds familiar. I think we looked at this one. Yeah, we looked at this one. Okay. Oh man, I'm starting to feel rough. Damn this thing. This is what happens when you have 2 out of 3 people spend most of the day at a school in your family. They're like, hi, we're home. We brought everything that is contagious with us. But since we're in this cesspool, we got this amazing immune system. But you don't, because you don't leave the house. Here you go. Have our crap. Oh dear. All right. We'll see. Maybe it's just something we can power through. Smallpox, yeah. Sprinkle with a bit of rubella and the mumps. Yeet. Range isn't too interesting. Range will be copy at some point, I think. We could look at panic. That's something I have not looked at a lot. There's not a lot going on here. We can have a look at these. When using catch unwind, it might be the case that some of the closed over variables are not unwind safe. For example, if mute T is captured. Okay. Assert unwind save. Okay, so that's probably a result of a macro. No, it isn't. Interesting. Just wash your hands. I don't have OCD, but I am a little bit of a compulsive hand washer, right? So when I'm in the kitchen making food, I'm constantly either touching food or washing my hands, right? So and it's not just like touching raw pork or whatever. Obviously, if you touch that, you're gonna wash your hands. But it's like I chop an onion and then I wash my hands, and I go do something else and then I wash my hands. I'm like when I'm cooking, I'm constantly washing my hands, which is a little bit annoying. Of course, I can just start eating raw pork to build up my immune system. I think it's quite common to do that, Chibi. So, and it's like, not that you have to wash your hands when you touch some onions, right? But at the same time, you don't want to get like onion juice and everything. So, you know. Hey, it's all good. Your skin gets cracked. Yeah, there's like a whole conversation about that. If you guys want to have a long, really boring conversation about some bro science, why don't we just make a statement like, if you use moisturizer, your skin stops moisturizing itself, and then the more you moisturizer you use, the more like your skin's gonna crack. I don't care about this conversation. It's just like I just pulled the pin and threw it into a room and then I walk away, right? All right, let's see if there's anything. So this one is easy to understand. It's easy to understand why it's like this, and then it wasn't really that interesting. So we can just get rid of that one. A struct containing information about the location of a panic. And this is useful when you're going to print out things like line numbers and files and stuff. So this isn't super interesting. Yeah, I don't think this was a good choice. Back to the ice grind. Yeah, I want to game something. I'm really just... All right. I said I was going to stream every day until Halloween. All right. So I am. But that means that one day, if I get sick, I'm gonna pop the stream on, sit there and look dying for 5 minutes, and then be like, bye. Ah, good times. I don't have Noita. Yeah, I wanna do something, right? I don't have Noita. Process is not that interesting. Pointer alignment is not really something we can do anything with. It's not that interesting. Dyn metadata. What's this? Why can't you be that someone, Bonin? Right, but also don't be that someone because I'm probably not gonna play it. Nightly only. Okay, bye. SIMD. Is today the day we explore SIMD? Do we have any SIMD knowledgeable people in the chat? Do we have people in the chat who knows and understands SIMD? How can I know? I know I'm probably like Noita fine, right? The SIMD is also, yes, but there are other ways we can do things with SIMD, so that's fine. Do we have anyone who understands SIMD in chat? Nope. Yeah, I also know what SIMD is, but I think we're in the same boat, Londo. Yeah. So, like, how do we? No, I don't like Chat. ChatGPT gives wrong information. I could use ChatGPT if I understand something, but if I don't understand it, I don't want to use it because I can't confirm whether I know it or not, right? Yeah, I'm thinking so, Londo, but I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to see if anyone in the chat actually knows SIMD. So the reason I'm asking is because the moment I start doing something new, a lot of people who knows half of something or nothing of something has a lot of comments. And then I have to go through and try to vet whether this person knows what they're talking about or not. So like, oh, you know, you gotta use AVX 512 there because, and you're like, okay, why? And then it's like silence. The person has left the chat. But like, okay, so you don't know anything in reality, right? ChatGPT is confidently wrong. ChatGPT is constantly doing like the wrong thing, okay? Okay, Enrico, I'll take your word for it. All right, so no one knows anything about SIMD. Then we're gonna explore SIMD, and I'm going to ignore people who are pretending to know things. Sorry if I sound a little bit testy about this, but I have done so many things in the past, right? I did graphics programming on stream once, and there was so many opinionated people in that stream just spouting absolute nonsense. We ended up with some really bizarre things. There were like 2 or 3 people that actually knew what they were doing. So in the end, when people have been spouting the bullshit, I just said, it was, what's her name? She was a streamer, but she has changed name since. Anyway, so I just asked them, is this right? And they're like, nah, don't do it that way. Do it this way instead. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And that worked, right? You could try getting Casey on your stream. No. You can look at memcar crate and write one yourself. It's pretty common SIMD used. Yeah, no. I want to explore SIMD a little bit. I mean, I know that there are like SIMD crates out there, but I'm thinking, can we like? Are you familiar with SIMD, Chibisoft? Are you? Do you? Where do you put your knowledge in the world of SIMD? Have you done any work with this thing? Right? Because I'm thinking we try to do something from scratch, right? See. You have no idea what that means, do you? Right? Do you, Bonin? Do you know what that means? Get out of here with that. This is only relevant if you're going to perform an operation on 4 floating point values, okay? I'm only familiar in the context of generating it. Fair enough. So just to write your own memchar. Okay, gotcha. Trying the nightly only API? No, we don't need that. Use followed by a package name and a module. Touche, well played. All right, where are we now? We're gonna hop into temp, cargo new, the Sims D. Okay, so we're gonna start exploring SimD now, and I'm gonna ignore what Bonin says because I think most of their information comes from ChatGPT, right? Which I do not trust. And since no one has stepped into chat and declared themselves an authority on SimD, I'm gonna assume that you're all as I am when it comes to this. So let's go and explore this together then, right? SimD. Let's go with SimD explained first, right? All right, so I'm guessing this is just going to tell us what SimD is, single instruction, multiple data, right? And how we can perform an operation on lots of data in one instruction, right? Which would be a massive, like save us a lot of CPU cycles, right? Imagine that we have a bunch of bytes and we're going to add 1 to every single byte. We can do this in one instruction, right? To my knowledge, which sounds really good and really useful. Which means we could arguably, so Chibisoft says, write your own memchar or memch, right? So this means that we could, in theory, load up a series of bytes from a string and then do a comparison of all those bytes with some other bytes all at the same time, right? I know SimD, it's the cat food. Oh, I believe you. Oh yeah, I think so. ChatGPT can be really useful to get you going, but when it gives you information that you can't or don't verify, then it's completely dangerous and useless, right? Okay, SimD is a type of parallel processing in Flynn's taxonomy. SimD can be internal part of the hardware design. It can be directly accessible through an instruction set architecture. So it's important to know that the SimD instructions that you can use varies from CPU to CPU as well, right? So not all CPUs have the same SimD instructions, right? I'm using AMD, so we probably are pretty safe using somewhat of the latest stuff, right? So there is SimD stuff in here, so we're gonna jump to that shortly. We're just gonna have a quick look. But it should not be confused with an ISA, which is a type of savings account, right? SimD describes computers with multiple processing elements that perform the same operation on multiple data points simultaneously. And it doesn't have to be bytes, right? Such machine exploit data level parallelism but not concurrency. There are simultaneous parallel computations, but each unit performs the exact same instruction at any given moment, just with different data. SimD is particularly applicable to common tasks such as adjusting the contrast in a digital image or adjusting the volume. So anything that you can do on a single piece of data where the data is not relevant to any other data, you could then possibly use SimD, right? To my understanding, okay? Let's not pretend that I'm an authority on this topic, right? I'm just exploring and starting to explore this, right? So when it comes to this thing, if it means adjusting the contrast on the image, that would most likely mean that you're looking at a value and you can adjust the contrast based on that value alone, not around neighboring values, right? LSCP will show what you have, but likely you're limited to AVX2. That should be fine. Bitmap manipulation with SimD could be a fun demo. We can possibly think of SimD almost like a compute shader, but exactly nothing like a compute shader. But instead of having or if we talk about fragment shaders, which I also don't know anything about, right? Instead of having a single pixel that you call this program on, the compute shader or the fragment shader, sorry, it does that on a single piece of data that is disconnected from all the other data, right? It does so in isolation, right? case they did with parsing was very fun. All right. SIMD is particularly applicable to common tasks that adjust the contrast, digital audio. Most modern CPU designs include SIMD instructions to improve the performance of multimedia. SIMD has 3 different subcategories influenced 1972 taxonomy. One which is SIMT. SIMT should not be confused with software threads or hardware threads, both of which are task time sharing, time slicing. SIMT is true simultaneous parallel hardware level execution. All right, so it doesn't really go into any details of what that is. Do we care about the history of SIMD? The ILIAC 4, which was completed in 1966. I was 65 years old in 1966. SIMD was the basis for vector supercomputing in the early 70s. CDC Star 100, Texas Instrument ASC, which could operate on a vector of data with a single instruction. The Cray supercomputer, right? This is the one that it's like this weird, like a hexagonal computer, right? That was the Cray. It's not even hexagonal. Look at this thing, right? The supercomputer. Are they on the holodeck? What's happening? Okay, so it's not really that interesting, the history of this, I say. Always write sim code? Yeah, simp instead, right? Not confuse SIMT with simp. The current era of SIMD processor grew out of desktop computer market. Okay, right. Advantages. An application that may take advantage of SIMD is one where the same value is being added to or subtracted from a large number of data points, a common operation in many multimedia applications. One example would be changing the brightness of an image. Each pixel of an image consists of 3 values for the brightness of the red, green, and blue portions of the color. To change the brightness of RGB values, values added to or subtracted from them, and the resulting values are written back out to memory. Yeah, so this, if we have a byte for each one of these, then we could just increment that byte, right? With some value. So the RG and B values don't even need to know about each other, right? Which is why this makes sense. SIMT, yeah. With a SIMD process, there are 2 improvements to this process. For one, the data is understood to be in blocks, and the number of values can be loaded all at once. Instead of a series of instructions saying, retrieve this pixel, now retrieve the next pixel, a SIMD processor will have a single instruction that effectively says, retrieve n pixels. Ooh, okay. So we probably have to put things into arrays then to perform operations on them, right? So if we were to increase the brightness of an image, we would load the bytes into an array. The largest array we can use, and this is CPU dependent, right? The largest, I guess this is down to like register size, maybe. Well, not one register, but multiple registers. All right, you know what? I'm guessing at this point. Does the Twitch stream say streaming together? It's not. Don accidentally clicked the button when he raided, and I'm guessing he hasn't updated. Who knows, man? Twitch has... he probably just invited himself in, right? Why does... Yeah. So he just accidentally clicked on the knock button when he raided. Invited himself in. He's always invited. All right. With the SIMD process, there are 2 improvements to this process. One, data is understood to be in blocks. I'm guessing arrays, or I'm thinking in terms of arrays here, right? And a number of values can be loaded all at once. Instead of a series of instructions saying, retrieve this pixel, now retrieve the next pixel, SIMD processor will have a single instruction that effectively says, retrieve n pixels, where n is the number that varies from design to design, right? For a variety of reasons, they can take much less time than retrieving each pixel individually, as with traditional CPU design. So I'm a little bit unsure about the terminology here. But like when we're talking about retrieving pixels, are we talking about like loading pixels into what? And retrieving the pixels from where? Right? Where is the array of pixels stored, right? Not all algorithms can be vectorized easily. For example, a flow control heavy task like code parsing may not easily benefit from SIMD. However, it's theoretically possible to vectorize comparison and batch flow, right? It's stored in galactic radiation. I believe you. Okay, so we've looked at a little bit of history of this thing. Let's have a look at SIMD explained then, right? Let's have a look at something like this then, right? All right, hang on. No, I haven't found one. I found a few that I have to evaluate. All right, we're good. Someone just butt dialed me. Hello? The headphones are now stuck in my hair. So this is my life now. Get out of there. Terrible design. All right, I'm gonna make a phone call briefly. All right, I don't think I'm gonna. All right. Chapter 2 basics. Okay, but I want to PS3 Linux docs. What? Okay, we're gonna pop that primer to SIMD, but it's a Medium article, so maybe we're gonna assume that this one is a bit shape. Of cell programming. Okay, now I think that one makes some assumptions that we don't know. This one seemed very slow to open. Let's have a look at this thing then. And this thing. Wow, everything is so slow. Hello, Temporis. How you doing? All right. Okay. Oh. Right. I really feel like I'm getting sick, so this is going to be really fun. Figure 1, Flynn's taxonomy. So we have to load that. Whoops. Didn't mean to click that. And GPUs are example of SIMD architecture where a single instruction is executed on multiple data streams. So this is why I'm so reluctant to read Medium articles. Is this true? Is a GPU an example of a SIMD? Get the flip out of here, right? Is it an example of... Now, I understand that there are shaders, right? Programs that runs, multiple programs that can run at the same time. And it sounds a little bit like SIMD, but is it really an example of a SIMD architecture or not, right? Not just that they have some relevance, right? There are no commercial processor which follows MISD, multiple instructions, single data architecture. Multiple instruction string, get out of here. Yes, but what I'm wondering here is this someone who's taking a liberal approach to what they're writing, or is a GPU an example of a SIMD architecture, right? What qualifies as a SIMD architecture, right? If we say, what is a SIMD architecture? Well, are they SIMD instructions by the definition? So by the definition of SIMD, it's single instruction, multiple data. But shaders aren't a single instruction. They are a single program on multiple data, right? It's not a single instruction on multiple data. There would be single program multiple data. It would be SPMT instead, yeah? Operations in shaders are, but then wouldn't that make it single instruction sets on multiple data, right? All right, I'm not trying to be difficult. Yes, I am. I just, every time I read a Medium article, there's like a part of me that sort of just go, how much of this is bullshit? And I'm like super cynical and skeptical about what I'm reading, right? Just because it's a Medium article. Which is obviously fair. An analogy of SIMD. Assume that the CPU is performing the following set of instructions on every element of an array. The array contains 8 integer elements which are stored in contiguous memory location in RAM. Okay, and for this we could just create an array on the stack, and that will be our data. We refer to this program multiple times in this article, so let's call it LAMPS program. All right, load, add, multiply, store. Scalar processor. A scalar processor uses a scalar register, which can hold only one element. Also, the instructions can operate on 1 or 2 operands at a time. For example, a load instruction can load a single element from the memory into a scalar register. An add instruction can add 2 scalar elements at a time. Note that each instruction needs to be executed in an instruction cycle. Right. So I'm guessing for this to be, well, I guess we're going to come back to it, right? To execute, load, add, multiply, store, a scalar processor would need a total of 32 instruction cycles. Wait, where did you say the size? 4 instructions times 8 elements. Where does the 8 come from? I missed that part. Okay, here we go. The array contains 8 integer elements, which are stored in contiguous memory. All right, so there we go. That's where it came from, right? So 4 instructions, these 4, on 8 elements. Figure 1 shows the operations performed by a scalar processor while processing the first 2 elements of the array. And so we're going to load elements from memory to CPU register. We're going to add 5 to the element. So that would be a load, add, and multiply. I'm guessing this would be, the element would then refer to the same register, right? And then store would store from that register to a new location, to some output value maybe. Okay, we'll see. The CMD processor is equipped with special hardware, which allows it to execute an instruction which operates on multiple data elements. It is equipped with vector register, which can hold more than one element each. Let VLAN be the number of elements stored in each vector register. Also, the processor is equipped with vector instructions, which performs the same operation on all elements in a vector register. For example, a vload, vector load, can load multiple elements from RAM into a vector register. A vadd can perform addition on all elements and so on. So when it comes to actually implementing this in Rust, I don't think we need to go as far as actually writing inline assembly for this. I think there are some SIMD instructions that we could just use, right? In LAMP's program, we need to execute 4 vector instructions. If VLAN is 4, then all elements can be processed in just 8 instruction cycles. 4 vector instructions, 2 groups. Figure 2 shows the execution of the LAMP's program. Okay, so so it's 4 instructions, and a group can take 4 values. So we have to do it in 2 passes then, right? Yeah. No, see, there's always been SIMD instructions in the standard library for a long time, has there not? Was I dreaming there? Man, this thing is slow. Hang on, I need to do something here. Oh, ship. Just fixing this thing. Right, yes, this is a SIMD module. This has been here for a while, hasn't it? So it's gonna mean that this means that it's limited to something, right? Oh yeah, but that's always gonna be the case with this. Oh, really? They've gone that far? Maybe we won't do this then, because there's a bit too much of an abstraction there. Although I'm guessing most people understand this thing from reading, from what we've read so far. So this thing is something that is generic over T. I'm gonna guess that N is a const generic. And T is gonna be some scalar value, right? And then we can perform an operation on this thing. Maybe like a map or something. What do you guys think? Shall we have a look? Yeah, const generic. Okay, so from function instead of... Oh, so we have 2. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you, Chibisolve. That's what I actually had in mind. So T has to be a SIMD element, which I'm guessing is just some scalar values, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see what has this thing. Yeah. Oh, pointers as well. Ooh, yeah, I'm not gonna touch that. Like, what? Although, no, what can you do other than pointer arithmetic on this? You can't, right? I don't think my CPU supports that. But we're gonna look at StatArch, by the way. In here, there might be. Here we go, right? So we're looking for things that has rather weird names, right? Things like, that contains things like AVX 512 and what have you, right? In here somewhere. That's what we're looking for, okay? Underscore MM, okay? Cool, blimey. All right. Actually, it was a lot of underscore mm. Yeah, but you're not gonna. Yes, probably, but I doubt we can use this without unsafe though. Yeah, these seem to be more like actual. So D for floating point value. So there should probably be like an M128i as well then. Okay. Let's see if we can do something with this then, right? It's intended to be a gateway to architecture-specific intrinsic functions, typically related to SIMD, but not always. Each architecture that Rust compiles to may contain a submodule here, which means that this is not a portable module. If you're writing a portable library, take care we're using these APIs. Yeah, we're just going to explore this thing to understand the concept more. This is not going to be, we're not going to build a library with this. There are plenty of libraries doing things here, right? Isn't the pointer one like how DMA works? Point to the start of the address location and do the instruction on the next X address. You tell me. Under this module, you'll find the architecture named modules such as x86-64. Each config target arch that Rust can compile to may have a module entry here. Only present on that particular target. For example, the i686 PC Windows MSVC target. So that would be a Windows machine, right? Access module with X, blah, 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 blah. Has x64. Okay, right. This module exposes vendor-specific intrinsics that typically corresponds to a single machine instruction. These intrinsics are not portable, right? That's fine. Using it correctly can be tricky. Yeah, but we don't have to use it correctly. We just have to use it and then to gain some understanding, right? Yeah, we're not going to release anything. We don't have to worry about that. The CPU the program is currently running on supports the function being called. For example, it is unsafe to call an AVX2 function on CPU that doesn't actually support AVX2. As a result of the latter, the guarantees all intrinsics in this module are unsafe and extra care needs to be taken when calling them. Okay. In order to call these APIs in a safe fashion, there's a number of mechanisms available to ensure that the correct CPU feature is available to call an intrinsic. Let's consider, for example, the MM286 add epi64. So that would be epi64, right? So not sure what MM stands for, but i64 is a signed 64-bit integer, right? This function requires AVX feature as documented by Intel. So to correctly call this function, we need to guarantee we only call it on x86, 64 and ensure that CPU feature is available. The first option available to us is conditionally compile code via config attribute. CPU features correspond to target feature config available and can be used like so. So we just have to use this. We should be fine doing this, right? Yeah. Okay. Statically enabling the feature is typically done with target feature or target CPU flags on the compiler. If your local CPU supports everything, you can compile the above function with target CPU native. Okay. So we might have to do this. Just AVX2 feature. Don't tell me what to do, documentation. Okay. We don't have to worry about that because we're not going to do any of that. It's important to note that using the Arch module, by the way, is not the easiest thing in the world. So if you're curious to try it out, you may want to brace yourself for some wordiness. Yay! The primary purpose of this module is to enable stable crates on crates.io to build up much more ergonomic abstraction, which ends up using SIMD under the hood. Over time, these abstractions may also move into the standard library itself, but for now, this module is tasked with providing the bare minimum necessary to use vendor intrinsics on stable Rust. This documentation is only for one particular architecture. You can find others at. Okay. I'm guessing this is us. It'll just work without flags. We'll try. We'll see. So 128-bit wide set of 4 F32 types. Are these all float? No, here we go, right? Is this just going to be the odd? Yeah, okay. So I'm immediately a little bit confused. So these are all floating point values. There is no... So this would hold 2 F64, but there is no bytes for this. There's no like 16 bytes in there instead. Am I just not? Maybe this. Okay, there we go. So we can store 16 I8. So then it should be a U. I don't know if my CPU supports this. Okay, no. Why is it all... further down? No, but these are the structs, right? So there is no structs further down. Unless there's something else, you mean? Oh man, I feel so shit. Okay, sorry. Damn this. Oh. No, these are U16, right? Unsigned 16-bit integers, right? So good. I'm just confused why these are signed. Yeah, oh, here we go. All right, let's have a look at this thing. Oh, damn you. Okay, this is the one thing you don't want. This is why macros sometimes are really annoying. It's like, yeah, thanks. That's so easy to follow. I'm guessing from transmute just means transmute the value. So in other words, it's just gonna be treating an I8 as a U8. And there you go, right? Okay, so here's an example. We need to understand how we can call some instructions on this though. Maybe that's more of that is available in here, right? Was this the dynamic? No. First, let's take a look at not actually using an intrinsic, but instead using LLVM's auto-vectorization to produce optimized vectorized code for AVX2 and also for the default platform. So this is a thing that can happen on your code without you having to do anything, right? So auto-vectorization is something that can happen without your intervention. So you might think that you can make your code faster by handcrafting some SIMD jazz, when in reality, that's already there because LLM got you back, right? Sorry, LLVM got you back. LLM got nothing, right? You won't say that if you actually start to compile LLVM from scratch, though, right? Then it's gonna be like, right? Now, all right. So destination, add quickly. It's gonna pass in reference to 1 and 2 into there. I'm guessing we're gonna add 1 and 2 together into this thing. Yes, that's okay. Add quickly. Add quickly AVX2 and then add quickly fallback, right? All right. Add quickly AVX2 is calling add quickly fallback. So everything is calling add quickly fallback. Let's take a look at an example of manually using intrinsics. Here, would you be using SSE 4.1 features to implement hex encoding? Okay, so maybe we should like start looking at these things. So set 1, I'm guessing this is setting 1 byte, and that's it. Yeah, so that's specifically for adding then what? No, I don't see that anywhere now. Okay, here we go. Adds a packed 8-bit integer in A and B. So, okay, we can start with this thing, right? So first we need to create 2 of these. And then we need to be able to get the value out of there. So let's start there. So this one, oh no. Okay. Maybe not then. Maybe not. Okay. 256 byte wide integer vector type. This type is the same as the 256i type. 32 i8 variables packed together. So how do we use this thing? So we're gonna, okay, so we call set on this thing to get that. Is that right? I thought we pass an array. Okay, then I want to find all these set function. So this will set 1, is that correct? Okay, so if we do this, we should get back this type, which should contain 32 A's in there, right? So let's just do that, right? Let's start with that, so we can. Right, let's just have an unsafe main here. Now, at some point, this will change. So just marking a function as unsafe does not alleviate you from having to have unsafe blocks in there. But that's not until Rust 2024, so we don't have to worry about that now. All right, and I'm guessing we don't really have to remember all of these things. So let's just put 1 to 3 in there, right? Oh no, right. So we have to do this 8 times. Okay. Sorry, I'm just feeling awful. There we. All right. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I mean, the compiler will tell me if I'm wrong. So there's our output. I'm guessing we can't just print this like that, or we can. Okay, but that means nothing. I mean, I guess it means that it's packed these into 4 types, 4 values instead, right? Hello, Emil. It is. I am not well, which can probably be extrapolated from my terrible appearance. So can we convert this into something else? Can we unpack this into something else? So this is what we're calling now. Well, thank you, Emil. And then I wonder what we can do. No, it's this one we call it set1. No, we're not calling set1, but we should be able to do that. No, there is no set1. Or is it set1 8? Nope. All right, then I have to go and have a look at what it was called. Let's add set1 EPI 8. MM286 set1 EPI 8. All right, so either this doesn't exist or I am just being blind, which either way is fine, right? No, okay, that did not do what I thought it would do. Okay, maybe the instruction doesn't exist. No, so okay, I don't have that instruction then, right? But either way, so we can get this output, but the question is what we can do. Wait, what? Oh, right. That was set. No, I don't remember what it was called even. I could just go back, but set EPI 32, right? Oh, really? Okay, right. So no wonder it's showing it's showing 4 32-bit values, right? Okay, so really, if we do this, right? Right, so these are 4 values. So now we should have 4 ones, yeah? Okay, that makes some kind of sense, okay? So how do we get these values out of there? That is the question, right? So wait, 8 I32? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yes, count, nerd. Count, not 4. So M256I. What can we do with this thing? We can clone it. Is this not copy? I don't know why that surprised me, but it somehow did. So if we want to build some kind of search, then we need to be able to compare two things, right? So for instance, if we wanted to search for a string, we could load in 16 bytes as our needle, or up to 16 bytes as our needle, and then we can do a comparison and move the needle 16 bytes at a time, which I guess is maybe the way memchar does, or memch does. I don't know, right? I don't know. But I wonder how we can get the numbers out of here, right? Let's just bung this into the search field. Is this a 256i? Yeah. But yeah, I have no idea how we can convert this into something like an array. Or how we can convert... Well, how we can convert an array into this is easy, right? But how do we convert... They are extract, store, and load. Oh, right. I am thinking in terms of Rust. So I'm looking for a method on the type. But if there's extract, store, and load, these are probably separate functions that operates on this type. So let's have a look at this then. Let's look at something. What we can do is we can type this and we can change this to in parameter. Compute absolute value, adds packed. Okay, this is probably what we want to use later on, but now we want to see one of these things that actually returns something. So I guess we could just pop down to functions again here. And see, there might even be something that returns an array. No. From transmute, maybe. Maybe. All right, let's just hop down to functions then. These are constants. We want to see functions. That's usually where I store most of my information anyway. Hybrid, it's all good. It's weird that we don't see the return type. No, it's not weird at all. Why would we see that here? Oh, man. This means that... Okay, so this can perform operations directly on values. All right, but let's try a load. Okay, you said extract. Maybe that makes more sense. So maybe this returns... No, it returns one of these assholes. Okay. Let's highlight all uses of extract there. Okay, so maybe this one will allow us to get one value back. Yeah, okay, so we can start here. This could be a good place to start. This suddenly seemed a lot less magical and interesting. So then we're going to choose the index. So if we change this to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7, right? So if we get the second one, all right, or the third one, we should get number 3 back out, right? Nope, we got 0 out because I don't know how this works. All right, now I have clearly misunderstood this one too. Oh no, these are the bytes. Oh, you idiot. Come on. Right. Although, according to this, that should have been a 1, not a 0. If we get 0 out, that's 7. Oh, if we get 1 out, that's 0. Is it wrapping? No, it isn't. All right, so we have 0, 1, 2, 3. These are supposed to be... No, this isn't right. That's 4 values. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4 then, right? 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, cool beans. That's 4. Is that going to be 3 then? No, that's 0. That's 0. That's number wang. Okay, I'm starting to feel like this is not doing what I think it's supposed to do, right? Right. Maybe we should use the value as well. Eep. Oh, it has to be a constant. Okay. I do, but I don't know what that means. Need EPI32, not or EPI32, not EPI8. Oh. Oh, so we can't... okay, so that's what you're saying. We can't extract a byte from here. Got it. Thank you. That does not exist. Isn't this... oh, no, it does exist. Hang on. Hang on. We just have to import it. No. All right. Okay. So this might work now. 3. Yeah, there we go, right? That should be a 0. That should be a 2. Okay. So then we could change this to... that. So for some reason, to get 1, we pass in 7. No, to get 0, we pass in 7. To get 1, we pass in 6. Okay. All right. This makes some kind of sense. Now, can we have this be A, this be B, and then do something like guess an instruction? This is what it feels like when you're learning to program for the first time, right? I mean, it's a little bit like this, where you start to explore and just bungle things as you do. And it's sort of fun to do. Okay, so if we pass in 0 now, we should get 9 back out. It makes sense. I am never gonna use this. This is horrible to work with, but it is somewhat fun. Now we should get 5. Yeah. Oh no, I think it's a common way of learning, RJ. So this is sort of fun when the only thing that I don't love right now is that I feel like I have a fever, and I feel a bit shit. That does not make me happy, unsurprisingly. But this is kind of fun to work with. All right, this is kind of fun to work with. So more importantly, if I understand this correctly, doing this ad should result in one operation. We could take this to Compiler Explorer. I forgot how hot that was. Hot. Blah, 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 blah. That's never gonna happen. B2, are we all fumblers together? All right. Okay. Let's see. We need to allow this. Ooh, all right. Whatever you say. Let's grab this. This is what we want. Well, we want the whole unsafe main, but we are gonna have to jostle a few things here. No, stop trying to be helpful. I was doing things. All right. Then we need to set the cargo show ASM doesn't always work. It sometimes optimizes away the code. Right. So we're gonna see. So like this, 0. If we don't want to see the assembly for the print line macro, that's going to be loud and annoying. So we take that out. Okay. And we take that out as well. We just want to see the SIMD instructions. But if I do cargo show ASM here, no. What's it called then? I'm pretty sure I have it installed. Cargo ASM. Oh, it's up there, right? Cargo ASM. Yeah, so we need to do this on one. If we do this, we should get nothing back. But maybe we do. But these aren't, none of this is, none of these are SIMD instructions, right? These are just your normal return register and what have you. Yeah, all right, that's more like it. It just does nothing, right? It does nothing because there's nothing to do. Although this is doing something. I'm a little bit unsure about this. But in general, it's just going to optimize it away, which is why this is better. But we don't want this crap. So a lot of the stuff that we see here is a result of the print statement. So we take that out. Okay, this looks more relevant then, doesn't it? So we're going to scroll down to the unsafe main in here. Right, look at this. Here we can see that it's actually doing something. It's now a good time to tell you that I actually know how to read this assembly. And this means nothing to me. more or less. I don't know what RAD and R9D are, what they mean. So this is us moving these values into these registers. But 765, where are the? Okay, now there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have taken other values, right? Well, we can actually just highlight it. Man, this thing is so clever. So that this is the call, right? This is loading the arguments for the call. And this is making the actual call. I'd imagine that this would fail to compile, but again, okay, I take it you know a lot about SIMD, Zero, right? Could you be the resident SIMD expert then? All right, so I'm guessing because of this thing, this would fail on a CPU that doesn't have SIMD instructions, right? But I don't know that. You tell me. Okay, but this looks like it's doing that, right? It looks like, so these are all going to be individual instructions because we're loading them as argument, but this is just one instruction then. Is this one not showing up, or is it because it's down here? Yeah, there we go, right? So there's 2 arguments. Yeah, I really don't know what exactly I'm looking at. But I like to look at it. Okay. So we're adding, I think this is sort of XMM, YM are wide registers. So what does that mean, right? That they are wider than a 64-bit, but how wide are they? Is there like a known width for these things? Like, is this, since we're putting 4 values in there, it looks like they are able to store 256-bit then. So I'm guessing these are, no, that's not right at all. XMM is 128, YMM is 256. Is there a YMM in here anywhere? Damn, son, you be confused. Fuck my life. Shh, don't say that. All right, sorry, I'm just feeling so miserable right now. You can't tell because of my sunny disposition. You have 2 XM for each 256-bit thing, so it's 256. But okay, right. I'm not gonna ask questions because I'm just confused by this. But okay, so that's how simple this really was then. When you have, well, then if this is the essence of it, then it's not that complicated then, right? Right? Okay, so let's try to do this with bytes then, right? Now we have to pass in a lot more values. We have to pass in 32 arguments for this thing. Yeah, it's pretty good, Londo. It's pretty good. All right, but do we want to put in, oh man, 32? Can we change this to 128 instead? No. I was hoping to have to pass fewer arguments. Okay, so can we compare? So if we do, okay, let's do this. Okay. Oh, leave me alone, universe. I'm busy. Wait, what? That can't be right. Oh, okay. Apparently it doesn't matter, right? If we're what we're doing, right? But I would have preferred if we could pass an array instead. What is it that makes you stuck, Slayton? Tell me what makes you stuck. Okay, let's zero this out, right? So let's do this. Oh man, we're gonna have to do this for all of them. All right. And then we're gonna change all the 2s to 0s because we don't care. I actually understood that sentence, Chibisov. So we should now be able to. There should be some compare between these two. Okay, we don't have to use gobble anymore, right? Extract add. Hang on, let's go. Let's just search for compare, shall we? Compares packed 8-bit integers in A and B and returns the packed maximum value. None of these are going to return what I want them to return. I was hoping we could do this and then we could define a needle as B. No, A is the needle. And then B would be, we need the haystack then, right? That could be, I guess we could just do this. Very good story. All right. I don't know what programming language you're using, Slayton, but if you're gonna access a variable from a different file, but don't think of it as a different file, think of it as a different module. So if you're gonna access a value from a different module, then you have to make sure that you import that module and that the module is visible to you. Oh, I need lamsip. Okay, so how can we compare two of these then? These are all floating points. So is there something like okay, let's just do this. SIMD compare bytes. GDScript. Yes, you do in GDScript. As a matter of fact, we can just do this. GDScript access value from another module or module if you can't spell. I'm guessing this is what you want to do, right? So you have to get the node. You have to pass in the path to the node. Or you can use this. And then you have to export the value. And then Yeah, I don't know. Read this, Leighton. Yeah, I think this has your answer. CMP-EQ. Okay, let's see if there is a CMP-EQ, right? Yeah, look at that. Okay, so we should be able to call this function. Oh man, this is... I kind of wish I could start programming again sometimes, just because, right? If we were to copy the needle into needle test, right? Nope. All right, there's supposed to be 128. And I would love to be able to use 128 here, but apparently it doesn't work that way. Okay, let's look at MM128 then, because there's obviously going to be something around there. Man, this is slow today, right? Okay, it's just MM128. And how do we get an MM128 back? So we're looking for this in return types. Ah, right. There you go, Slayton. It gets easier with time, Slayton. The important thing is that you keep trying, and if you feel defeated, which I'm not saying you are, but if you do feel defeated, just get up, stretch your legs, walk in a circle. And if you still feel defeated, make the circle wider. This is 128 bits used to pack in multiple values, right? Ooh, sorry, I'm getting more and more ill as the stream goes on, but I'm not gonna leave. Oh, I think I have an Oculus thing. Any tips for using it? Have ample space, and super hot is really fun. Yeah, so what was I saying? 128 bits, right? So you can represent multiple values packed into 128 bits, and then you can perform an operation on this thing, right? So you can stuff many bytes in there. As you can, how many bytes can we put in 128 bits? 128 divided by 8, 3. Okay. 8 times 8. All right, 16. Okay. I can only do stationary stuff. What, like letters and staplers and... Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Oh. What's the name of the stationery store? I should have said that instead. I don't remember. Staples. It's called Staples. All right. Sorry, Lando. So Staples. I amused myself. Sorry, you know what, Slayton? I'll answer this question when I actually know and I'm not feeling this way. So you can play some games sitting down, but it takes away a lot of the fun, right? I mean, you can play in your garden, assuming you don't live in a council estate where someone's gonna cripple you and steal your stuff, right? What was I doing again? I wanted to create... Okay, so how do we make one of these then? Now, I'm trying not to use the SIMD types, all right? I'm trying not to use the SIMD types. I don't know why, because I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. Four ones. Four floats. All right. So, okay, hang on, though, right? Okay, I think I'm just overcomplicating things. So, set 0, then we can start with that. Or was it 1? Was it set 0? That's a double. That's... Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So we want like an MM set. I'm trying not to use the borrow checker. Oh, yeah, well, you're gonna play when the thing is, first of all, you don't want to play when Minx is around because she's gonna film you and then she's gonna share it on our Discord, okay? But really, when you're playing super hard, you're gonna end up on the floor or something close to it, right? It's not, you don't need like a lot of space to move around, but you need to be able to take a step in some directions and sort of duck behind barrels and stuff and grab things in front of you. It's wicked fun, mate. Oh my god. It is so much fun. You think Minx is gonna know how to film me? She will. She will film you and she will post it on Twitter and Reddit and the thing is, I know this because I filmed all my family members playing VR. I even have my mother-in-law playing VR. I think she was playing like fishing, so she's sitting there with the goggles and like. And the thing is, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. Yes, super hot is the reason to play with an Oculus. I have the Oculus 3, right? I don't know Oculus, what it's called. Meta Quest 3, right? It's so good. That's very sane. You have the Quest 3. Oh, man. Listen, Londo, get super hot. Push the furniture away, draw up the little region that you can be in without smashing the TV, and go to town on Super. Oh, it is so fun. Damn, that's fun. Yeah, but this thing requires a lot more money, right? You can't play that. Actually, you can if you have the link cable and you play on Windows maybe, but this computer is far away from the whole VR thing, and I don't want a link cable either, right? So we got a room that we can just push everything up against the wall and play in. Beat Saber is all right, but Londo, get super hot now and come back in 30 minutes and tell me it's not the greatest game in VR that ever was, right? Oh, you can play them wirelessly. Oh. VR is scary? Yes. My wife thought so too. Oh, man. I'm feeling so dumb right now. It's okay. It's like, it's an okay feeling to have, but it's like frustrating me because my brain is like getting all wobbly and shit. And it's like, oh, you want to think? Okay, why don't I just turn up the heat then, you asshole? And then it's like, oh, great. Oh, I got tea in my lap too, man. All my nightmares I had since childhood combined. PSVR 2, I don't know. I played one VR thing on PlayStation, but and it was PlayStation 5, right? I actually prefer the Oculus because it doesn't have like the wires. The PlayStation had some cool games, but the wire thing, not loving them. Okay, what was I doing again? Who knows what the hell I'm doing here? Okay. But yeah, the wife was when she played Super Hot. She's like, what? No, and then she just took the headset off, right? Because the red dude was coming at her. It was behind her or whatever, and she freaked out. Can you link the PSVR to your PC as well? How are you doing, D3? What I like about the Quest 3 is that I can take it with me when I'm in a hotel or watch YouTube without having to use the tiny TVs. Oh, that's a good point. I never thought about that. I completely forget that you can just take... I go to my mother-in-law for Sunday dinner, right? I could just bring the VR and be like, yeah, I'm just going to go down and work for a while. You can now with an adapter. Oh, right. Yeah, because I didn't love the cable thing. But it's still, I guess you still need like the cable. This is one place where Windows is superior to Linux and has support for VR, right? I think the support for VR on the Linux is kind of shit. Really? It's hard to answer, D3. So since the VR headset is kind of my kid's VR headset, it kind of feels a bit weird to go and try that and figure that out, right? Okay, so set EPI8, that should return an M128i. So that's what we want, set EPI8. set EPI8. Like that. And I know it's EPI8, right? But I just like to say epi now and then, right? It's like halfway through the word EpiPen. All right, so we need to get rid of some values. All right, I got rid of too many values. There we go. Now. Okay, then we can just grab this knee whips, this needle whips, and then we can change the needle test. Oops. Okay, and then is this now a bool? No, it isn't. Okay, so we need to do that. I understand that D3, and obviously I choose to tailor my answer in such a way that would make it seem as grotesque as possible, right? I think you kind of like, you have to be in the same wavelength as me. I am not drunk. I'm coming down with something. Every near-vim user ever, yeah. All right, okay, so this thing is gonna do what? -1, -1. And if we change that, it's gonna be a different value. Okay, so we could just extract them and see. Oh man, wouldn't that be a nice? Because then you could just sober up and be done with it. No, I think this is a gift that either my child or my wife has brought home from their school/work location, which incidentally is also a school. So yeah, hurrah. But I have said, because of this, that I was gonna stream every day until the end of time. No, until the end of October, right? Until Halloween. Oh my god. Well, maybe if we don't reach the goal and have to be a pony, that's good. Maybe we don't do a long stream today after all. Oh no, Super Hot is, I promise you, it is not scary, Londo. It's like, when you move, the game moves. So if you're just standing still, nothing's happening. I promise you, it's not scary. It's like you're living in an action scene you're like acting out action scenes. So like you punch someone, take the weapon, and then you do like a wide up thing and just shoot two dudes at the same time. You throw your weapon at some other dude, and all this kind of happens almost in slow motion, right? It's really cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go and sleep with this thing away shortly. Yeah, it's just action, and it's so good. It always looks like this. I smell death upon you. Oh, Londo, I feel like if you don't try super hot, you will have missed out in life, right? There's nothing. Okay, let's look at super hot, right? Super hot gameplay. Just to like put emphasis on how this is not scary. Full game walkthrough. Okay, we're not gonna watch a lot of it though. We just watch a little bit of it. Obey the pyramid. It's just funny. Right. And then you have to pull the VR headset on. All right, but this is not that. We're gonna skip. This is not part of the VR version. And okay, here we go, right? This is what the game looks like. This is not part of the VR version. This is not scary. This is perfectly funny. So it's just imagine that all of this is happening with you when you move, not just when you move the mouse and keyboard, but you physically move. The time is then like progressing. Hot. And then you gotta grab the pyramid. Actually, the levels look different. All right. It's just there's like none of this text is there. It's just an all-around amazing VR game. But there is no, oh man, pistol whip, Doddy. Pistol whip caused me to smash a brush that was on the wall because I got so into it, and I just smashed the brush, and the teeth of the brush just splashed everywhere. It was just teeth everywhere. It sounds grim, but it was, you know, brush teeth, right? It is insanely fun. You have a point that's oh yeah, of course. You don't move, the world doesn't move, right? There's nothing scary about it. It's just pure unadulterated fun. It's like a childhood fantasy. You're living out an action scene. It's so good. It is so good. Cities VR is fun too. Yeah, I haven't played that. Since I don't connect it to the computer, I don't play basically anything, right? But I do play Pistol Whip and Super Hot. I haven't played Pistol Whip in a while, and I don't like playing when I feel like this, obviously. But okay, this was kind of all right. So what is it that we get back from this thing? Can we then extract? Can we extract something from here? Can we do extract? I'm gonna see if we can extract extract. This is good, right? This is once you kind of get into the swing of this thing, it sort of makes sense, right? Okay, this looks like it could do what we wanted to do, right? Although I don't know how we could. What? No, Power PC. Ooh, Nelly. Okay. Is it a good game? It isn't? Oh, really? So Cities VR, I'm guessing this is like the sim game, yeah? That makes sense. We bought it and we got a game with it, like Wrath of Asgard or whatever it was. I haven't even played that. I can only see this thing making sense, right? It's a smaller version of Skylines built for the quest. Oh, that's nice. So I don't love playing on the quest for too long. I get a bit floopy, but I should probably try something again soon. I don't know when I'm gonna have time to do that though, because I am here every day, day in and day out. All right, so what's X and Y here? No, this gives me the same value back, you flibiot. That's not what I want. I used the supply, but I didn't even know you could replace that. We had to, because it had to fit on my kid's head, so we like had this like folded up rag that we put the top so it would fit her head. Good times. So I'm a little bit unsure what that's gonna do. Is it gonna be one per character? We're gonna try this. We're gonna do an extract EP8. I have some ideas here. Sorry, extract EP I8 from the output, and we start with 0. So I think 0 should always be 0. I think that's what we're gonna get. Apparently I bungled this by not importing this. So that's 255. Whoops. Is this also going to be 255? Yeah. So I'm guessing, so we got like 0, 1, 2. How many do we have here? Is it 8, right? So if we go to 7, that's also 255. Now it might change to 0, or no, it should also be 255 now, right? Oh, it doesn't have this. Idiot. But now it should change, yeah? No. 12. So that's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, right. So 0 and now 255, yes? Okay, so we just have to compare, we just have to look for this here. But it doesn't make any sense if we're going to have to look through all of them. Obviously, that's a bunch of instructions, right? That's ship. That makes no sense. Alright, okay. What do we do? So I don't want to do that. I want to compare. I want to look at the entire output. Maybe this isn't like the best way to do this, but it could be. All right, let's look at what other extractors we have. Yeah, that doesn't give us anything fun back. It's floating point. Why is everything floating point? We could do that, but oh, hang on. We could do this. 64. And we start with 0. Apparently I need to import that as well. 0, and then we go to 1. So let's get rid of this thing. Let's do this twice instead. Oh, really? I'm guessing we can't do that. So on 1, this should not be -1. Because there's a difference there, right? Maybe we just use the lower bound, right? So we don't actually, so we can do a compare function. I can have a needle that is a slice of U8, and then we have a haystack that is a slice of bytes. And then return a bool. So then, well, then we have to load all that in. Is that gonna be faster than doing a... How does that work? Because now we have like this window. Right? Yeah, so we have this window into this thing, right? So if we just look at 5 characters and then we zero out the rest. If we do it this way, I don't know if that's very fast to do. Would it make more sense to maybe pack the needle together into one individual instruction, right? So what do we have there? Like 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 of those, right? So then a U8, U64 then. Is that a thing? No. 32. Let's get rid of all the 256 BS now. No, we had the 64 there. I was just being a dullard. And then this thing, the needle can be an I-64. So we can pack this up before we send it in, right? Like that. It's a little bit less shape. Didn't we have a set? No, that was an extract. Okay, so we can do a 32. Ugh. Alright, then we would have to do like an upper and a lower half of the needle. That seems a little bit weird. But if we do this, it should be fine. Yeah, and you can... Wait, no, that doesn't make sense, Chibisolve. Then you just... If you make it a card, then you're making it into 4 bytes. And I'd imagine that you are comparing blocks of bytes in a sliding window that is the size of those bytes, right? But maybe I'm wrong in the head. I've heard rumors. So for the haystack to work, right, then we would need the haystack to... We need to iterate with a window the size of 4, right? Oh, man. Give me a slice. Or maybe the window is on the slice and not the iterator. So now this should be a slice of 4 bytes, yeah? Then we can create an I32 from bytes. And this is going to be a bit awkward to do. We could just do, no, we'll okay, right. So we'll do window 0 like that. Very graceful. And now we should be able to do the comparison between these two, right? Ugh, then we have to make one of these as well. Which is completely stupid. So then we might as well multiply that by 4. And then we do like a lower bound. Like that. Come on, hands, just work with me. I know it's been a long day. Just work with me here. Yes. It's just oh my god, okay. Alright, it's a beautiful day. Alright, then we can have 1 there, 2 there, 3 there, and 4 there. Alright. No, that doesn't work, you idiot. Well, it does work if we run the needle multiple times. Oh, hang on. Maybe. Then we need to extract I32s from here. Right. So we'll do the first one. I need to know what this thing is. Let's just panic on the output. So here we're gonna start with our haystack. And our needle is gonna be, we're keeping it a bit simple here. Our needle's gonna be close enough. What did I do wrong? I forgot the byte prefix. All right, compare the needle to the haystack. Zero. Oh no, that doesn't make any sense. I am being such a numpty here. I mean, I can sort of see it. Because this thing is gonna take ownership of the needle, right? No, it's fine. Did I get him? What did I say? Oh yeah, it happens. Madre mía, qué fuerte. ¿Qué pasa con el código, no? Joder, colega. Vale. Alright. It happens. But the more unwell I get, the more nonsense I say. I don't actually know how to speak Spanish. I have to stress this every now and then. Okay, so what can we do with this? So, okay, the output we could do, right? No, can you be 0? Be 0, there we go. B1. Right, 2, oops. 3. There we go, right. I am USafe. So I've been putting off like exploring SimD for a long. I thank you all for the follows and stuff. I don't know why anyone would follow this stream today. I'm such a hot mess right now. But thank you for the follows. I'm not doing a good advert for the stream, right? I'm sitting here dying from possible man flu. Yeah, I've been putting off SimD for a long time as something I want to explore, and I can't bear myself to even look at anathema. It makes me sick thinking about it. So I thought we'd do something else, and then why not explore SimD? So the problem with this code is that we're comparing window for window, right? We're not actually this shouldn't work like this, right? Because we might end up in the middle of, right? So this is completely idiotic unless you specifically have the word on a quarter on the why is words difficult? Okay, let's just debug and get on with it. Actually, we're just gonna panic this out, right? Ooh, Nelly. All right, 0 01 00 01. No, stop writing 0. Stop it, brain. As I say, oh, when the 0 comes out, right? It's just it doesn't. That's not even valid, Rust. Oh yeah, oh yeah. There we go, right? No. This is wrong, right? Because it will find it for the second one, right? But not for the rest. So if we move the needle, we can. It has to exist like 4 bytes away. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Wait. No, I wasn't right. Yeah, but the window is wrong. But it just means that we can compare 4 bytes at a time. I have no idea how to do this, right? I just have to think. Something I'm clearly incapable of doing right now. But I bet, Scott. I bet it is very. I bet it's one of those things that makes you angry because it doesn't work and you need it to work. I bet. I sometimes jumble words up when I'm writing or talking, and sometimes I say really bad things without meaning to. And that is either very funny or very offensive, depending on who's around when that happens. But this does not sense make, right? If we put heck back here, we'll have, all right, we'll get this output because we found it. Yeah, it's at the tip of your tongue, but it's, I guess it's just gone, right? For me, it's more like I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say, how are you? And instead of saying you, I say a completely different and sometimes very inappropriate word. And I am a little bit scared that I'm gonna do this on stream one day. So I'll be streaming and all of a sudden I'm gonna say something, but I end up saying something completely different, and it's just like straight up bad. And then off to Councilville. But yeah, so this doesn't work because the window is looking at 4 bytes at a time. And we would have to keep moving the window along, right? Let me see what the window on the slice does. Maybe the window is right, and I'm confusing the window with chunks. I am. Okay, Windows is right. I am just confusing it with chunks. So this one will print out 0 minus 1, 0 minus 1, right? Let's just get rid of this thing. Actually don't know. So we gotta look at what we're comparing. And that's gonna be the window in here, which we can't do that for unless we say that the window is actually unchecked. Like so. So it's finding the last one, but that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind. I hadn't made it that far. The reason I don't want to convert it into a car is because you end up with 32 bits integers, right, for every single character, where you can pack 4 characters in there. So doesn't that, I mean, I am obviously not the sharpest tool in the box right now. Oh, is it because we're finding one character? Why is the window so big? Why not assembly? Skill issue. Why is the window so big? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But that's not. Genetics. Yes. Oh my god. Maybe I might go and have to like get a paraset in a bit, okay? Because my eye starts to feel a bit shit. Wait, what happened there now? So this thing should be 4 bytes. or bytes? I don't understand the question you say, if actually. Is what 16 bytes? No, shit. We weren't supposed to put it there, right? So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just use the cursor for Garb's sake, right? You got this. That's 4. That's 4. That's 4, and that's 4. Okay, yeah. So there are 4 in each. So we're comparing each one of these. So we would have to, if they're not 0, I can't, Scott. I made a promise to a little child. And that little child was me all along. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm very functional, but I think that seemed to be okay. I should be doing things. I don't understand why. This is because there's an H there, isn't it? Because there are matches in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one has an E in it. No, but that doesn't matter. It would matter if we put an E somewhere. So if we do this, it should just be 0 now all the way to Sunday, right? Yeah, there are like no matches in there. But if we stick a 1 in here, somewhere we'll now find that, right? Yeah, so all of these where you can see the numbers means that we found the 1. And what does this look like if we chuck 2 1s in there? It looks, I don't know what I was expecting. But that's a fun number. And so is that. Oh, right. So a single byte, I use 16. Is that what we're looking at? So would we... If we do another one, we will get a U34 max. Would we get the 4294 whatever? No. No, we do not. Why is that? Because it's an I32. Well, never mind that then. Okay, stop looking for patterns in the static, maybe. Okay, that's the first character. That's the first 2 characters. That's the first 3 characters. Honestly, I don't know what this number is. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it doesn't. That seems to be making into a signed byte, so a negative byte. So there is some sense to it, maybe, but alright, what are we gonna do, man? I'm not functioning anymore. I'm feeling really crappy and crabby. Do you guys want to play a game instead and I sleep for a while? I can sort of just chill. Alright, how much time do you guys have left of your boring tasks and I can be here and entertain you with my nonsense? What scared you, Bobby Marley 007, licensed to get scared by toxic community? There is a house in New Orleans called the Rising Sun. Whew, it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. All right, I don't know. Just under 3 hours. All right, 3 hours. We can do that. I can go for 6 hours. I lost that word. Yeah, me too. That word. What word was that, Scott? What English word was that? I know that word in other languages, but in English, no. Let's see what the word was. I'm not going to ruin it for anyone, but that word was BS. It wasn't BS, though. What was the one? I don't know if I played the one before it. You're a suspicious user, Bob Marley. What have you done to earn yourself that label, Bob? All right. What have you done to be a suspicious user? Ban evasion. The last two words were questionable. I don't remember the last one, but the one we had today was not an English word as far as I know. Let me do a define over on this screen. Oh, right. Okay, you know what? If you type define followed by the words in a search engine, Scott, it actually makes a lot of sense, but I wouldn't think of it as the word. Okay, so what should we do? I think I get SIMD to the degree where, to me, you see, I should leave it be. But I think I kind of get SIMD to the degree that I want to now. I'm just struggling with types, right? You got it, Lando. Good work, right? SIMD isn't a complex subject. Not really. Not when you start playing with it. I think the things that makes me reluctant to use it is you're kind of giving up on a little bit of portability. There are portable SIMD libraries out there, but it is an English word, Lando, and I confused it with a Spanish word. I don't speak Spanish, but I confused it with a Spanish word. You're not giving up on portability. Why is that ironic? But you are writing instructions that might not be available on different CPUs. You know this. Man, DT, I'm too sick to argue with you today. So you're gonna have to take both sides in this one. Everyone ended up implementing the same instruction set. Very tedious. I think like the only like gripe I have with this is that you have to wrap everything in unsafe, which is fine. Also, you run the risk of if you're not careful, you run the risk of doing the same job that the compiler will do for you. So there is that. That was a normal word. Yes, it is a normal word. When was the last time you used that word in a sentence, Caleb, out of curiosity, right? When was the last time you said, listen, girlfriend unit, let's go down to the shop that sells these things and buy one? But yeah, okay. What do we do next? So we looked at SIMD. Was that part of the of this thing? It wasn't. Done. Okay, aren't we good? You can, Caleb, but when was the last time you used that word in a sentence, right? Have you ever used that word in a sentence, right? It's fine. It is a word. It clearly is a word. It just sounded so stupid. I ask for it to be passed so I can use it frequently. Really? Do you? I don't bother using one of those, man. I just knife away and don't bother with them. Never need to use it. No. How does Rust handle dynamically calling function pointers? What kind of answer are you looking for? Yeah, you like dereferencing the function and then calling it with arguments, but I'm guessing you are asking for something specific. But I imagine that it does a better job than a knife, Londo, and it preserves more, but it's such a unique thing. I don't like single-use items, right? I don't like single-use items. Where you know the call prototype, but you fill in the call later, right? So, all right, let me get out of here. Let's go to FunPoll. So if we have a function that takes a function pointer in, then you're just gonna have a function u32 u32, right? Oh, you I32. Who wrote this code? Get up here on stage and explain yourself, right? Okay, that would have been a good place to start. If we look here, oh man, I'm an expert today. You can do this. Now, hang on. There's a better example. Dynamic CPU feature detection, but there was a better example of. Here you go, right? So you just put this within a feature check, right? An architecture check. This is a compile time. You can do this dynamically as well, right? So if you call add quickly, and then everything is done within the function, right? Let's disregard that this thing is calling the actual function underneath, right? Just look at this part, okay? Oh, all right. So this has certainly been educational to me. Oh man, how am I gonna record any videos today looking like this? Yeah, and normally you do runtime. Yeah, so then it's dynamic CPU feature detection. Then it's this thing. Let me just drop this in a link poo for you as well, right? But we can look at it on my screen if you want. Come and have a look. Come and have a look. Okay, not so close. You're in my space. All right. By doing this. So this will work for both x86 and x86-64, right? yeah, this macro is a thing. Correct. Hello, Nerdash. How you doing? Because function pointers suck. What? What's wrong with my luck? They're unsafe even in C's concept of safety, but then I funnily enough, they're not unsafe in Rust. All right. But you couldn't do this though, right? Apparently you can. You could. Is not unsafe, is safe. What? But this is not unsafe. This is perfectly safe. Yes, that is okay, Slanjo. Sorry, I get you. But when you're talking about Rust, Slanjo, rather than saying it's safe, you refer to it as no. You can refer to it as not unsafe, referring specifically to this thing. You wouldn't be able to do anything else, right? You wouldn't be able to add a snark here, which has a different signature, right? Which is fine. Right. Should I put the game on and I go and get some Paraset? I'm gonna try to make it through Londo's workday. Okay, what do you guys think?
Yeah, we agree with you, yeah.
All right, very good. Let's do that then. Okay, hang on. I'll put the game on, and I'll give you guys some kind of link. Oh my god, I might not make it to the third hour here. All right, E-tugs. Yeah, we're doing words. I'm just gonna go and get some Paraset or whatever, right? I'll be back in a trick. In a trick? I don't know what that means. It didn't advance. Oh man. Yeah, autopilot is on. Why didn't it advance then, right? No, it's not. It's not captcha solving, right? It's anagrams. I was gonna say palindromes, but it's not a palindrome. No, it is a palindrome. It's not an anagram. Oh my god. All right, yes, it's a palindrome. Some people like to solve them. They're fun. I don't mind them. But for some reason, I kind of feel weird to participate when other people are playing this. I got a Celt and a loot. This is turning medieval. That's right, Glam. Wait, what's Anna? Oh, yeah. Yes. And for some reason, I'm thinking about the word palindrome in association with the Max Payne movie. Oh, shit. The water. All right. All right, teaser brewing. Whew. Clonical, yeah, that's what I'm thinking half the time. It's very clonical. Hello, Kyoto Cheese. How you doing? Counts. That's a good one, deeply. Very good. Right. Phew. Oh, sorry, I'm getting the shivers now. I bet not, Glam. What should we do next? Should we do some? Should we do some web development? Are you guys into that? Yay, web dev! Do it. Use Tailwind. No, Tailwind killed my father. Oh, Cam, how you doing, Privas? How you doing? You can try a Dino. It's just a JavaScript runtime. It's nothing exciting there. Make this work. It has the letter K followed by an 8 in the name. That makes me instantly not want to touch it. No, there's no root there. Okay. Wow. All right. How far away are we from T? About a minute out. Okay, you guys made it to level 6. Good work. Man, you got to level 13, I think. In a recent game. Ball with one L. It has to be 4 letters. Good work, Caleb. Oh, it's a fake letter. Yeah, J is probably fake. Oh, you had that already. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Tea's ready. Oh, thank goodness. All right. Oh, tea makes everything better, doesn't it? How about you create some sort of multiplayer game using peer-to-peer connections? Oh, really? Probably wouldn't use peer-to-peer. It's annoying to work with. Oh, I'm getting very cold now. Ooh. Ugh. Oh, no, we're not even touching Anathema today. I want to burn that project to the ground. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do. I'm so, like, fed up with it. Let's have a stream where I complain about things. It's a really attractive feature of people. Let's just complain about things and other people and how shit everyone else is. Oh my goodness, someone get me a blanket. Oh, there is one at the other end of the room. Hang on. Whoa. All right. What do you want to complain about? I don't know, man. Freaking Rust developers and their elitist behavior, man. Fuck those guys. This blanket, I can complain about this blanket for days. It's too small. Actually, it's folded. It's folded. That's why it's fake letter. There we go. Yeah, I know, Temporis. Selfish twats, if you ask me. No class. They're like school in summer. All right. Whoa. This is just going from great to better, okay? That will explain the neck pain as well. All right. Has D3 had the maximum points every time? Oh shit, sorry. I do. I should just add this site as an exception. But okay, I'll stop. I'll do that after this session. All right. What life choices have I made that led us here? C is fake. Fake letters, man. Who can you trust these days? I like the moon. Do-do-do. All right. Let me fix this now then. Can we add this? No, I don't want to do that. Can I not like add this site? Fuck off. All right. Okay. Well, hang on. There. Oof. I don't dare to look at this. Probably tea, wouldn't you think? Oh, no. Yeah, you already figured out that it's tea. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Doddy catching the first spot. Good work, Doddy. I think you guys have some ways to go to compete with D3, though. Good word, Temporis. Good word. Gotta have that girth, you know. Twerp. All right. Should we nah, you guys keep going. You haven't I don't think we've ever been past level 30. I say we, I'm not really a member of this thing, am I? So yeah. How you doing? Hello. Are you having a good day so far? Oh, D3 is in the league with 145 points, man. That's amazing. Percentis? What's percentis? It's definitely gonna be an R in there. It's kind of nice, you save, right? I can sort of just be sick and not have to work too hard on this. I'm happy you guys are liking this. I mean, it feels a little bit low effort on my behalf of doing this, but when I'm making tea or dying from man flu, then it's kind of all right. Could like one of the E's be a fake letter? There was nothing in there, right? I wish we could like divide the chat input though, because I don't. It's nice to chat, but I'm worried that people won't chat because they're worried about the noise, and that's okay. I mean, I'll try to read chat. So if you want to talk, we're good, man. We're good. Oh. I'm getting a little bit of my energy back, though. A little bit back. What's an N? Not an R. Do we have tens in there? You should be able to do tens. Oh, I have to use Save Me. I'm streaming every day until Halloween. So I haven't told you guys when that goal is ending. And it's going to have to end with 1 day to spare. So the child can collect whatever tools she needs for my demise. Let's have some more tea. The thing is, I don't really have anything better to do than this anyway, right? So I'm kind of okay with this. And we're on level 17. I don't think anyone got past 13 yesterday. Pretty impressive here. I'm gonna guess that the hidden letter is an A. I would try apron. I don't know why I say that. I could just type that in the chat, but I, again, don't want to get involved. Good work, cheese. Peace fake. Well then, no A then. My apologies. Corner, that's a good one. And peace fake, so that probably isn't T then. What about, yeah, no. C. Good work. Snore, I feel right at home. Oh, no. Oof. All right. Good work, everyone, though. You guys did really well. That was pretty impressive. This is the highest we've ever been, right? It's the highest we've ever been with this. Good work, D3, Caleb, and Temporis being in the top 3. Well done, you. And good work on everyone else as well. You guys get a participation trophy in the shape of a wishful tea. I want to see some huge streamer, dude. Well, let me just eat more food. We're getting there. You always talk about like big streamers around me, D3. Are you trying to tell me something? You tell me about all these streamers that get like thousands of gift subs, even though they're like small streamers, and now like you want to see big streamers. And like, I'm sorry, I can't be the filet mignon of streaming that you want, right? I can't live up to this hype that you're placing on me, okay? It's too difficult. Right? I think it's, yeah, and you would skip levels if you did that, right? You would probably end up on like a really like I think you would just go straight to level 20 or whatever, right? Like physically, Caleb, like I'm a giant, like the size of King Kong and twice as hairy. Oh man. Why, you know, D3, I told you this, right? Why don't you start streaming? I reckon you become a big streamer in no time. Shut up, you twat. Oh, you shithead. Oh, I love it. Oh, he was a hairy dude, Robin Williams, wasn't he? He was a hairy dude. You need Giant's Mask from Majora's Mask. Was there a giant? I don't remember much of. I haven't played Majora's Mask. I've seen it, but. How many times are you in the quote files? "19 times. 19 times. That seems wrong. Too high. Okay, you know what? I was being lazy. 18 times. Okay, someone actually mentioned Diablo in the chat in a quote then. Yeah, it's 18 times. all of them are like insults. Yeah. Should we see how many Caleb has? But I don't wanna spoil and show. Like Caleb's got 13. Should we see where Temporis is? 22. 22. The Naka, 9. Some of the earlier ones, Hardliner. These are going to be early numbers though, right? More than I thought as well. Oh, I'm not in it. I can't quote myself. That's so you end up in the quote file if I choose to put you in the quote file, which is most likely you say something that makes me laugh. And if it has no context, it's even better. Dumb. You know what, Temporis? I will, but I'm gonna show them only to you. All right. What is this thing? Oh yeah, it's OBS. I need that. Okay. Some of them are like straight up dad jokes, Temporis. This is good. Here comes the Temporis jokes. Oh man, you even have a SimD related one from some time ago. I think the unsafe one is probably one of my favorites. Read the error message too. Show mine on stream. All right, let's see how many Londo has. Now, I don't want to show like a dump of these on stream because we're going to bring these back. It's more fun that way. Londo. No, Londo, I did change it. We're good. Ah, Londo Spar. There's another person. 8. You have 8 in there. I think 553 is better, Temporis. or 1237, just to make another kid. No context. Oh my goodness, Cretaceous. Being sick sucks so much. It is. Oh. Let me see what Caleb has. Let me get one from Caleb's. Let's see what we have there. Debian is like Internet Explorer. I have self-diagnosed with cringe. Man, I should put these quotes on a t-shirt, right? So I made a file with the first 200 quotes that we have on this stream. And I started... Let's name it Kevin. This is from the first 200 quotes. Kevin has been around. Oh man, do you guys remember Tornado Genesis? He was, so they, whatever, was sort of one of those resident trolls, right? You know, in some streams, you do get in these streams, like you have people who are just trolling, but they're not like aggressively trolling. And it's not entirely low effort trolling either, right? So it's sort of okay. They are no doubt banned from a lot of streams for being the way they are, but we have a pretty high tolerance for bullshit in this stream. And Tornado Genesis was one of them. I think he once came into the stream talking about milking a cat or whatever, right? And eating sausages that were rolling under the fridge or whatever, right? Good times. What should we do, man? Oh man, I feel so shit. Alright. Shh, it's fine. Don't feel shit. Okay. Should we do some kind of yeah, oh man, I have my thermos and my Pikachu mug. But I don't eat sugar, sort of straight up sugar, so honey and it's not gonna go into any tea of mine. I obviously eat sugar. There's like sugar in a lot of stuff, but like direct sugar or honey, actually that's a complete fabrication of the truth. I put sugar in my yogurt. I put honey in my yogurt. But it's something gross about having sugar in tea, is what I'm trying to say in a very pretentious way. Yeah. Okay. Should we try to get something done? Is there anything you guys want to talk about, or foul? All right, damn. Ending with Ali. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. I am Togglebit here on Twitch. I am doing tremendously well. I have a safety blanket and a thermos full of tea, and we're having the most productive stream that you have ever seen. I hope you had a good stream. Right. Contribute a chamber to a bowl machine. My best man flu. So the goal was Temporis, right? I thought if I do like a man flu thing, then maybe people feel sorry for me and they will donate to the Halloween goal. It was a mistake. It didn't work. But now committed to feeling this way. We don't talk about anathema on this stream, okay? That's insta ban now. Now, so we've been looking at SimD up until this point. Well, before this, I was drinking tea and chat was playing a game, but now they lost. Skill issue. Oh, Ginger is great in like I love Ginger, but Ginger. What's up, chicken? Okay. I made a new sub alert as well, but at this point it is like 1 in 40 or whatever. So then I think I've added like 5 of them, so it's unlikely that anyone's gonna see them anyway. Should we try to do something? What did you guys do on stream, Ali? Did you do anything fun? I'm guessing it's a raid and run, but if it isn't, I hope you had a good stream. What's the ball machine thing here, right? Let's just have a look. It's written in SIG. Oh, it's a Rube Goldberg machine. All right, cool. Wait, that's not hoovering any balls. It's just pushing them around. Let's see what one of these looks like. Dude. Oh, there's a blend file in there? That's Python. What the heck? Vacuum. Oh, right. Plinko. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not gonna happen. Oh, okay. All right. Get on with it, shall we? Thing. All right. So what do we need to build something? We need to have Axum, Tokyo. just going to add the whole lot there, right? What else do we need? We need some kind of like a site. Do I really want to do this? It makes me feel a bit icky. Right. Nothing, you say. I don't want to do anything. I sort of want to just rest my eyes for a while. Maybe talking to a teacup. You know what I liked about this stream? I liked it when you guys played a game and I was just spacing out in the corner. That was pretty good. No, the idea was to build a relay website. So you're not gonna get any educational material out of me today. We're not gonna actually. Maybe looking at WASM would be more fun. Oh, well, if you say so. No, I don't want that. I want this. Did this thing? Oh no, it's a bracket there. Okay. Okay, should we read about WASM? Yeah. This documentation is aimed for users of the component model, developers of libraries and applications. A compiler and WASM runtime that can take a look at the component model specifications, see how to add support for the component model to the project. This repository is where the component model is being standardized for a more user-focused. Take a look at the component model documentation. This repository contains high-level goals, use case. Let's look at use cases. This section describes a collection of use cases that characterize active and developing embeddings of WASM and the limitations of the core WASM specification that they run into outside of a browser context. The use case have a high degree of overlap in the required feature and help to define the scope of an MVP for the component model. Host embedding components. One way the components are to be used is by being directly instantiated and executed by a host, an application, system, or service embedding a WASM runtime, using the component model to provide a common format and tool chain so that each distinct host doesn't have to define its own custom conventions and sets of tools for solving the same problem. Are you with me so far? I don't know if I am. Value propositions to hosts for embedded components. First, it's useful to enumerate some use cases for why the host wants to run WASM in the first place instead of using an alternative virtualization or sandboxing technology. A native language runtime uses components as a portable sandboxed alternative to the runtime's native plugins, avoiding the portability and security problems of native plugins. So in short, no dynamically loading of libraries, right? A serverless platform wishing to move code closer to data or clients uses WASM components in place of a fixed scripting language, leveraging WASM's strong sandboxing and language neutrality. A serverless platform wishing to spin up fresh execution context at high volume with low latency uses WASM components due to their low overhead and fast instantiation. A system or service adds support for efficient multi-language scripting with only a modest amount of engineering effort by embedding an existing component runtime, reusing existing WASM standard supports where applicable. This one I don't actually think is good. So I've been thinking about this on and off, right? And when we say WASM for plugins, it all sounds pretty good because it means that you can write your plugins in C++ and I can write my plugins in Rust. But if you want to use my plugins and not only just use them, but you actually want to vet my plugins before you install them into your project, then you have to read Rust. And that might not be your cup of tea. A large application decouples the updating of modular pieces of the application from the updating of the natively installed base application by distributing and running the modular pieces of WASM components. A monolithic application sandboxes an unsafe library by compiling it into a WASM component and then AOT ahead of time compiling the WASM component into native code linked into the monolithic application. RL box. All right, so we get it. This is why. Okay, let's go. Why the component model? No, we just read this. Bye. Logical components are containers for modules or other components which express their interface and dependencies via WIT. WASM interface type. Oh man, the number of acronyms, it just smells so bad. Oh, I don't love it. Conceptually, components are self-describing units of code that interact only through interfaces instead of shared memory. Physically, a component is a specially formatted WASM file. Internally, the component should include multiple traditional core assembly modules and subcomponent composed by the input. I guess we pay for this with memory then, right? It just doesn't, it makes me unhappy for some reason to see this. The way they're naming things makes me think that it's a little bit nonsense. Okay. A world describes the shape of a component. It says which interface the component exposes to for other code to call, and which interface the component depends on. A world only defines the surface of a component, not the internal behavior. If you're an application or library developer creating a component, you'll specify the world your component targets. This world describes the functionality your component exposes and declares the functionality your component depends on in order to be able to run. Your component may target a custom world definition you have created with a unique set of imports and exports tailored just for your use case. And it may target an existing world definition that someone else has already specified. So how are worlds different than interfaces then? A world defines a hosting environment for components. An environment in which a component can be instantiated and its functionality can be invoked. An environment supports a world by providing implementations for all of the imports by optionally invoking one or more of the exports. For example, the WASI defines a command line world which imports interfaces that command line programs typically expect to have available to them, such as file IO, RNG, clocks, and so on. This world has a single export for running the command line tool. Components targeting this world must provide an implementation for this single export. On the other hand, environments supporting this world must provide implementation of all the imports and may invoke the single export. I want D3, but thanks for hanging out. Good work on the word game. We're doing that more times, so you know. A world is composed of interfaces which oh my god, I am boring myself to death with this. Let's not look at this. Who here died from boredom? Raise your hand. No, I don't think this is particularly fun. What can we do then? So this was boring. I'm deleting this. There was nothing there. Me, very good. That makes two of us. What's a boredom? What we experienced by trying to read the WASM component model that just bored me to death. My mind starts wandering about. My mind starts wandering, and I start thinking about all kinds of other things. So maybe we should maybe we like what can we look at then, right? We could do some network programming. Is there So I'm working on a video on rustlings. Maybe we should look at rustlings, right? Now we kind of went through that. That wasn't overly exciting either. And I'm stuck on another video because it turns out, and this might come as a surprise to you, but showing code on screen and talking about it actually is quite boring. And I'm sorry if you guys didn't know this. So there's a difference there, Physotronic, right? So for instance, if you're writing a paper, then you have to be very specific. But if you're doing documentation for something common, then you shouldn't, right? I did not finish out the way. You watched those streams, right? I did not finish it. I just got frustrated with it, and then people just kept telling me what I was doing wrong, and I kind of lost interest. If I want to hear about how wrong I am, I'm just going to go and hang out with the wife, is what I say every time. What a joke. Right. Why did you toggle the bits asking? Wait, why did you toggle the bits? Because they needed to. I think you're misusing that word unless you were drinking at these 5 different places. But I'm guessing you mean you're very tired, you're knackered, right? Which is understandable. I too am knackered. That's not a word. I tried to English, and then you wrote English with lowercase e and I with lowercase I. Johnny, sometimes it's just hopeless. You should play The Witness. Is that good? Is The Witness good? I don't think I want to play The Witness. I think I'd rather play Noita, which Bonin has been like telling me to play. Is that better? Indeed. What do I want to make? I'm feeling so raw and about to say inappropriate things. The Witness is a pretty good puzzle game. Play Rust. Now that could mean many things. Now I'm getting warm. Please do. What am I doing? Have you played Baba Is You? No, but I think it's a really interesting game. Please do say things. All right. No, I cannot. I'm supposed to be like a wholesome streamer, okay? That doesn't curse too much, at least. And, you know, respect other people and blah, blah, blah. But sometimes that's not possible. Play a game today if you are bored. I started playing Octopath Traveler, but I think the only thing that could be more boring than that game than playing Octopath Traveler is watching someone else play Octopath Traveler, right? Walk 10 steps, end up in combat. Combat takes forever, but it's not challenging. Walk 10 steps, end up in combat. I'm like, oh my God, you are so boring. I don't even know what to do. And I tried to play the game the way I wanted to play the game, which was obviously try to sequence break it and get out of, like, go to high level areas just to get access to higher level loot for fun. But then it wasn't that fun. Wholesome, you don't even write old camel. I don't think you know what wholesome mean. It is not a type of bread. No, I don't. I think I tried old camel, but it didn't work. I had skill issue that I couldn't get over. You just described once human gameplay. If that's how you feel, you should probably not play it. Very much skill issue. I don't even know if I have old camel. No. Old horse works better than old. How you doing, Dante CS? It's been a hot minute. How you doing? No, but I understand what people are saying, John Neal. Even if they write the wrong thing, my brain does like autocorrect. How you been, Dante CS? Oh man, I feel like a sweaty kidney. And that's exactly what it sounds like. I understand much of many's terrible Englishes. Trying to pick up some... Are they on the floor? Do you need help picking them up? How you been? What are you working on? Right? Do you wanna join me on stream? And like through Discord. Does anyone want to join me on stream? Do you want to join me on stream, Privan? Are you at work or can you talk? I want to test the audio. You're home. Too shy for voice. Think about this, Jonil, though. 1, if you did it, you would overcome an obstacle in life. 2, we don't know who you are. We don't know your name or where you live other than in some kind of ice cave. So I think, no, just put some pants on, right? So there would be no real risk for you, right? As long as you don't say something like incredibly racist or whatever the moment you jump on voice, right? I would never. Wouldn't it be fun to do something you would never do? Maybe today is one of those days we do something we would never do. I would, but working. All right. Yeah. If anyone wants to jump in on like Discord and we can try this out, that would be pretty cool. Have you put some pants on, Privan? Do you want to join me now? Let's talk old camel, Privan. What do I say? You say whatever you want, Jonil. Yeah, I'd be like, how you doing? I'll lead the conversation. Privan is too naked for voice. You got 10 minutes. Okay. Jonil, you think of it. We start off with Privan, okay? Let me fire up Discord. I don't even know if this is gonna work. All right, let's make a voice channel called togglebit-live. And we're going to set the maximum number of the people in this channel to 1. There we go. All right. Can you join the channel, Privan? No. All right. Let's fix this. Okay, maybe we don't do it through a channel. Okay, yeah, you can join it now. There you go. Okay, let me kill the music here a little. There we go. Hello, buddy. How you doing?
Hey.
There you are. Okay, can you hear your own voice echoing back into Discord?
No, it sounds good. It sounds extremely crisp.
Oh, wonderful! That's
sounds-
very good.
It literally sounds like you have been writing OCaml the whole day.
Oh man! Oh, I hear. Okay, so tell you what. Though, while we're on this subject, right? So, what got you into OCaml, right? Why is OCaml so interesting?
No, so the real story is that like a while ago, I wanted to explore the functional programming space because I've been I spent some time doing some quick Haskell stuff and I didn't like it, and I wanted to have something which isn't Haskell but still functional. So I want something Haskell on easy mode. So
Haskell
I found
on easy
OCaml.
mode. All right. So
Yeah, it is.
Did you start OCaml before Gleam existed?
Yes.
All right. So when you compare Gleam and OCaml, right? What is it that keeps you still with OCaml? Why is OCaml the winner here?
To be honest, I haven't spent that much time into Gleam yet. That's
Fair
probably
enough.
the biggest reason. Yeah.
So you reckon that there's a possibility that you would look at Gleam and you would jump ship then? Do you think that's a possibility?
Not jump ship, maybe. I still like the OCaml language itself. It's nice.
Okay, so what kind of software do you
doing
write
some
in
other-
OCaml?
Yeah, so currently I only have this database library. I only have a library and I don't have any production case yet.
No, but we don't need production cases. Programming is supposed to be fun, right? And the moment you add the word production, the fun kind of lands on the floor somewhere and no one will ever find it again, right?
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay,
But
so
at the same time,
Go.
what's fun about this SQL library is that Teach and Leo is currently, as we speak, merging without my approval to main.
without my approval, was there a bit of concern there without my approval?
Maybe. Look, wait, I have an image for you.
All right, let's have a look. Oh, we definitely need to get like we need to next time we do something like this. We need to get like a camera or involved as well, right? But this is works fine. This is good.
Check if you check your DMs, you should have no. Wait. Un momento, por favor. It should work. I cannot take. Wait, my images didn't work.
Take your time.
Can I, if I do something like this and then I do this? Do you see my? Yes.
Yes.
This
all
is
right,
my
this
GitHub notifications. it's literally TJ and Leo just merging to main. Approval and merge.
Oh, I see. So are they doing all the work then? You don't have to deal, right?
No, they're just upgrading to. So do you know? Like the problem with OCaml is that it's too old in some mindset. Like the language
People
is great.
say that about
like, the
me
language is
too.
really
I
nice.
get that, right? It's too old.
But the OPAM is poop. It's slow and old, and it's extremely it's extremely complicated to just get up and running. It like people can spend like hours just trying to build stuff with OPAM. That's not good. So Leo have been spending a lot of time upgrading Dune to become a package manager and build runtime.
So what's Dune in there? Is there like an alternative to OPAM?
No. Yeah, now it is. But so OPAM is the package manager and Dune is the build tool.
Okay, so they're like, so if you take Dune and OPAM and put them together, you get Cargo. Is that about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it.
So is Dune supposed to become the Cargo of OCaml?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have essentially done Cargo. So you have like the only thing you need to do to get up and running is to write Dune build if you clone a new repository. And it installs everything, like the correct OCaml version, the plugin, the lock. It fixes everything for you, and you just need to wait for it to finish. That's all.
What would you say to someone who's like camel curious, right? Someone who might want to start dabbling with the first functional programming language, and they're interested in OCaml. What would you say to them?
You will love the type system.
Okay, would you say the type system is better than Rust? Although that's a separate question, of course, because that has nothing to do with functional programming. But you reckon it is better than
in
Rust?
a way, yes.
Oh,
You
right.
still like the thing is that OCaml is it has strict types, but you don't need to define the type every time as you do in Rust. You
So it
only need
uses a lot
you
of
just-
type inference then.
Yes, exactly. It's using Handley-Miller, if you know.
Yes, I'm.
Yes.
It's a Handley-Miller. It's a modified Handley-Miller type system for Rust, right? I'm guessing that probably was one of the earlier things that came into Rust, given that Graydon, who wrote Rust, wrote it in OCaml.
Yeah, I think that the thing is that a lot of the stuff in OCaml comes from
Other things
a lot
in
of stuff
Rust
from
comes
Rust comes from OCaml.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you ever look at Gleam, I didn't look at it a lot, right? So I'm definitely a noob at Gleam, right? I found it very similar to Rust, and you've spent some time with Rust, so it should be syntactically quite similar to it, right? I'm not trying to sell you on Gleam or anything. I'm just wondering about like the curiosity of these things. What was your first programming language?
PHP or JavaScript probably, but like I wrote PHP and HTML. I was a WordPress dev. That was my beginning.
Or do you? Okay, so you invested in the WordPress world at some point, right? How many years ago?
Yeah, I did. Like 5, 4, something like that. My first job was WordPress. I built WordPress websites, struggling with all the PHP plugins and all of those shitty stuff. And then one time I got sick of doing all the front end stuff because I thought it was boring. So at the side of my job, I started to do some what's it called, side projects, just trying to learn more languages. So I learned like JavaScript and PHP even more, and then I started off with Go, and then I switched job and I wrote only Go. So
was it nice to move to Go from PHP then?
Yeah, fuck PHP.
So are you kind of invested in the whole WordPress thing? That like the fallout there. Do you feel like that's kind of do you feel that's relevant to you? I mean, if anything, from an entertainment perspective, then, right? Since you've been in the PHP.
In a bit, yes. I think like what hurts me the most is mostly that he's damaging like the open source community more.
It did seem pretty wild that the whole like pulling the plug in and then claiming it was like a security issue that they themselves seem to be responsible for. It was very confusing, the whole thing.
Exactly, and I think that just damaged the open source stuff part of it. The real drama between like WP Engine and WordPress, I do not actually care that much. It's just that he behaved badly towards the open source community.
It seems really bad. Like you kind of like I'm guessing you could sort of just get rid of the whole mess if he just stepped down and someone else took over and said, "Okay, we're all friends here. Don't worry about it," right? But they kind of went ahead with the whole thing, right? There's been a trend in software, like in like this disgraceful moves in the world of software. Like we got the Unity thing happening earlier, and Sony with their crazy requirements for Helldivers 2 and all this stuff. It's like a lot of insane things happening that people seem to try to do to sort of get away, see what we can get away with, right? Right.
Yeah.
What's one of the more memorable events happening in the world of software? Like in your book, what do you think was one of the like big changes? I mean, most recently we had like ChatGPT and all that, but like in your life as a software developer, what has been like something impactful that happened?
When DHH dropped TypeScript for his JavaScript stuff.
Oh, I remember that. That was like a couple of years ago or whatever it was. Right?
That was hilarious.
Yeah, people really were like going nuts on GitHub about that. I'm not involved in that world at all, and I kind of even know about it, right? I mean, it sounds weird that you pay did you pay attention to someone changing from TypeScript to JavaScript? That it's like such a big deal that the whole software developer community is watching that, man. It's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, but like the thing is, I don't actually, when I write software, I use types for the security. That's like the main reason for it. Like I use Rust and enjoy the types for the security. OCaml have the types. It just makes more secure software. And then you bring like TypeScript, which isn't really providing any security for the actual software. You can still, in a lot of way, break the software by pushing an int to when it's expecting a string because the types is a string.
It makes it fast to prototype, but it makes it a nightmare to maintain. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? I think
Like TypeScript is only for the developer experience. That is the only problem it fixes.
So, what do you think about writing TypeScript and when you can just circumvent the type system?
The what?
So you can just skip the type system with TypeScript, can't you? Like you have this any thing, right? And then you're effectively writing JavaScript, aren't you?
Yeah. Then, to be honest, what's the point?
Yeah, and I'm thinking like we have languages like Elm, right, which is sort of like completely the other direction, right? I'm guessing you would write OCaml now for the front end, wouldn't you?
Yes, with Reason. You have Reason. That is actually pretty damn
Is
good.
the
You
full
have
name Reason ML? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, exactly. It's React in a way. I think the person who created React like back in the days, like the first code, went and wrote Reason because of something lacking with the React and JavaScript. I think it was types.
No, fair enough, fair enough. I did tinker with Elm at one point, and I remember feeling pretty stoked about it because of like one of the things that I've always struggled with when it comes to software. It's dynamic languages. Like it's super quick to bang out some software, and then for the rest of your life, you have this terrible burden of maintaining this thing with 30 tests that no one cares about, and they don't do anything anymore, but people are too scared to remove them, and there's just too much of this stuff, right? So it's a bit okay. So how do you anyway? So moving on to other topics. How are you feeling about where you're working now? Mind you, you're live and this is going to be recorded, so maybe spare your words a little bit, right?
It's interesting. So the last like 2-3 months I've only been working with data, and I do not like it because I love building systems.
Like working with data, because everything is data, isn't it?
Yeah, but okay, so the better way to describe it is that instead of like building system, I'm building a CSV parser to map the CSV types and data to like an API and push data to the API. And then my responsibility is to work with shitty data and make it good.
Right. But you're not enjoying that part, I guess.
No, it's not that challenging.
What would be your dream job, right? Assuming that it's like an actual programming job and not like sit in the sofa with in your underwear eating crisps, right? What would be your dream job?
Building systems. I like services, like building bigger service, like building multiple stuffs and bridging them together and make stuff work.
Do you find a Go is better than OCaml in that space then?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd pick Go for that.
Mostly like OCaml is good for building APIs. You have Dream, that is pretty easy to use. The only problem with OCaml is it's hard to find developers, and the tooling around it is not that good.
So when you say it's hard to find developers for OCaml, doesn't this this coin have a second side where the developers you find are going to be really passionate about it and probably have a slightly lower salary expectation? So arguably finding those OCaml developers is probably going to be beneficial for a project more than anything. But you have to find them, of course, for that. What's your thoughts?
Exactly, and I don't think that just because you're passionate about the language that it can be the perfect fit for the yellow company and the system.
No, that's true. That's a good that's a good point, right? So Tempora says or a higher salary expectation because they know how they are rare, but at the same time, Tempora, if they want a higher salary, then the companies don't want to pay higher salary, so the jobs just don't exist. But I guess maybe that's kind of where we are, right? So I don't know. I mean, personally, I almost accepted a Rust job, and I don't even know if the salary was going to be good or not. But it was more because I wanted to work with Rust. Have you ever taken a job without caring about the salary?
Yeah, I did it at my previous job.
Okay, and you enjoyed your previous job more? Wait, I shouldn't say more. You enjoyed it when you were there.
Like right? I didn't like the company because I think the company was doing shady stuff and a bit of a gray zone stuff. We essentially like
morally gray.
Yeah, but like imagine, so we like what we did was essentially a PSP, like a payment provider, and we sold the software to casinos, to which sold the payment provider to gambling addicts.
Oh,
So
right. So,
yeah,
okay, yeah, that is definitely a morally gray area. I used to
yeah,
work in the gambling industry at one point, and
it's
it's
shady as fuck.
pretty bad. And there's so much bad stuff that happens behind closed doors as well. There's like
Yeah, exactly.
all kinds. Well, I remember we were in the middle of of deployment, and we had the CEO come to the office and ask if we needed cocaine to help us through the bill. And I'm like, "That's just get out of here!" As I yelled at him, like, kind of drugs during a midnight release, man. That's not gonna help, right?" But
Do you know what I did during the last all hands at my current job?
I should make you aware that you should probably not say drugs, since you are again recorded. This is live and all
Yeah.
that, right?
So it is drugs related, but it's not the way you think it.
Fair
So
enough.
we had this all hands meeting, and then we were talking about this feature, and I pretty much said that if I get 2 lines of cocaine, I have it done in 2 hours. And do you want to know the best thing was?
Go on.
The CEO of the company was like, "Yeah, I fix it." He was joking. I need to for clarification. He was joking. We are on the same level when it comes to jokes. So
I had
clarification.
one of the richest property owners in London. I worked for a subsidiary of his, and for fixing a bug, and it was a really easy bug to fix. For fixing a bug in under 5 minutes and deploying it, he had a magnum bottle of champagne driven in a taxi to the office to give it to me. And it was such a ridiculously pretentious thing to do. He loved to show off how much money he had as well. It was like everything in his office was like oak and mahogany, and in his home all the staff were like French made outfits and stuff. It was so bizarre. But yeah, the higher up you go, the stranger it gets, right? It's very very bizarre, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, so what's been your favorite job then, of all jobs you've had in terms of programming?
Probably the last one. If I can say that if I don't care about the organization but what I was building, that one definitely that was way funnier. So our job was to take care of all the payouts, which essentially mean that they want to do fast payouts or instant payouts is the name. And the idea is that even on Saturdays, you should be able to get your money within 5 minutes.
That's pretty impressive if you can swing that
Yeah.
with banks and transaction times and everything, right?
Yeah. So we managed to do it, and then our job was we built this platform or like this service, which could, in a way, we could handle like 20K payouts per second.
Okay, so that's
fast.
20,000 payments made per second, not payments of 20,000 currency.
No.
Okay.
20,000 payouts per second.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, that was really fun, because then we actually needed to use our brains, and we needed to figure out stuff. We needed to think about like, okay, what happened if we do X, Y, and Z? Okay, this happens, and then we need to take care of that, and so on. It was a lot of iterations, because one time we were talking about using Redis for just being aware and holding a state of the payout state. So a payout could essentially it could be initiated, and then we could start processing, then it's processing, and then it's done. And then we need to store that state, but we actually removed Redis and used just Postgres instead, because it's more reliable.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, if someone says to me, "We use Redis for a payment gateway," I would be terrified, because it's just it's not gonna stick around if you pull the plug, right? If anything happens,
Exactly. Unless you want to pay a shit ton of money.
of course, right? But you have transactions now, right? In a database, Postgres being a transactional database and everything, and
Yeah.
So did you guys manually handle all the payment stuff? So you weren't working with a payment provider; you are the payment provider. Is that how it is?
We was the payment provider, so we worked with the bank. So essentially, what Don't Silas said, this person mentioned SEPA, and that was essentially what we were working with a lot in the EU and UK.
Okay, so you had to be compliant outside of your country as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we provide the payments to the whole world,
Wow. All right.
including like Brazil and
Brazil
Latin.
mentioned, right? Very good.
Yeah, Brazil mentioned.
All right. So
Like we did a lot of stuff.
would you go back to your old job, or are you just
No.
looking to move forward now, right?
Yeah, looking forward. No, I'm not that interested in my old job. It's my like the coding was fun, but and the problems we solved was fun, but the organization wasn't good for my mental health. I
No.
was too upset with the decisions they made and how they behaved and a lot of those stuff. I was like,
So
it felt really
what are you gonna do
unmotivated.
differently when you look for your next gig, right? What's that?
Maybe like trying to find. I want to dig in more into the system because I really think that what's I like the most and what I think I look for the most in the company is like 70% is just like what is the system, what are we doing, like what is the technical aspect of it, and then if I would say like if we were sold like sell not sold sell let's say food or doing other stuff, I probably wouldn't care that much because if the tech is fun, that would be the most interesting part for me.
All right.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean the work has to be interesting. You're spending at least 8 hours doing
yeah,
work, probably a lot more than 8 hours as well. So it's got to be
but
interesting.
also that thing where you're like, okay, we have this problem, and you want to enjoy fixing the problem, like digging into the code and all of those stuff. That I think those stuff is fun, not just do it for the money kind of thing.
Yeah, and
Because
there's different kinds of challenges when it comes to programming, because one of the things that recruiters will use when they want to sell a programming job to a developer, they say, "Oh, we have like this interesting challenges and all that," but there are challenges that are really interesting, there are interesting problems to solve, and then there are challenges that are challenging just because they're monotonous and boring, like doing a lot of repetitive work, right? That's not
yeah,
challenging in a fun way. Or
no,
doing things that you know how to do in your sleep. I'm guessing what you're doing now is things that you know very well how to do. It's just not interesting, right?
yeah, exactly. It's also quite repeating stuff. Like we did build an actually quite nice system though. We have this. We call it Luigi. It's our main character, the main service in a way. It provides an API that we send the data to. So essentially, all of the CSV parsing I'm doing is towards that service that we built, and that one was really fun because we had this issue where we're running everything locally, and our goal was to make it a service because we want to provide a public API to this service, so our customers don't need to build like give us CSVs. They can just like post data to us directly, and we needed to think of like a lot of stuff because it's not just making sure that the data we get is the provided type and has a value, for instance, and the data exists. It's also that for instance, like one array, the sum of the array need to match. That's one thing we also need to we need to do all of those types of logic, and that like business logic that we made is extremely fucking funny. And then yeah, that was fun. But the sad part about it is that we made it fun and easy to use. So now it's boring for us because we are just parsing CSV and posting it.
You ruined your
Pretty
own
much.
fun by making it too good then.
Yeah, so unfortunately, yes.
So looking at what chat is saying, so one of the chats says, I'm actually currently having this issue where I'm considering shifting careers and keeping programming as a hobby because the job market is nothing that I like to do. So how much time do you think you spend programming outside of work?
At the moment, because I'm having a hobby project, so I'm currently spending like 12 hours a day on coding.
Okay, so if you did something else for a living and then you program
Mm.
after work, right? How much do you would that be an acceptable situation, or are you worried that you're not going to have enough energy to do programming?
No, I would probably have the energy to do programming.
Ah, young
It would
people.
depend on the job.
All right, so if you had to take a job that wasn't programming, what kind of job would you take?
Mm. So I'm a IT guy. I love data. I love computers. So if it wasn't programming, probably like IT, not IT support, but handling data centers or something like that.
What if you
Hard.
had to work in outside of the IT industry, right? You have to pick something else. What would you pick?
This is kind of fun because I'm terrible at cooking, but probably cooking.
Don't you think you can become good at cooking? Like, how much time would you, or rather, how much energy do you think you spent at becoming good? Right? If you haven't spent any energy at it, maybe you can become really good really quickly, right?
Yeah, true. And I'm just like I'm too quick in my action sometimes. It's like a total ADHD kind of thing. So when I cook, sometimes I just like slam in a bit too much of the curry and it tastes poopy. And that is kind of my jam, what I do when I cook. Like I'm phenomenal at following recipes, but I'm really bad at just improvising.
Have you watched there's a cooking YouTuber, I think it's called like Cooking with Dave or whatever. It used to be called the AI Kitchen. Have you seen this guy?
No.
He basically he's not a chef, or as he says, I'm not a cook even. So he's downgraded himself from not being a chef to not even being a cook. And he asks ChatGPT for recipes and he just makes these things. And it's one of those things that are quite fun to watch because as you're watching it, you kind of go, no, you should definitely not do that. And you can see that in the comments as well. But I think he's got like a really good concept because I think he knows that people are gonna get really riled up because he does things wrong, but he does that. He sort of just skips parts of the recipe or adds too much or confuses, what units he's using of measurement, and it's really funny, right? When you're watching his stuff, he's not like a big personality, but he says that like because of his ADHD, and I don't know if you actually have it or if you just used it in conversation.
No.
He's
just in conversation.
Yeah, that's what I figured, right? But he seemed to have ADHD, right? He goes on and says so in his video as well, and he's just all over the place with stuff. So it's really fun to watch, right? But okay, so you'd be a chef, right? Would you?
Yes.
Would you like? What would be really fun to have? I think it would be fun, but probably in reality it would be terrible. But to have one of those food trucks, right? To just drive around. But imagine
that would actually be kind of nice.
Yeah, it would be cool. And like, imagine that you had one that you could sort of go on a long trip with. So you weren't in the same place all the time, right?
And then you can have different recipes.
What's your favorite go-to food that you make? Like you're hungry and you know how to make it. What's that?
Is the Swedish korv stroganoff med ris.
Could you explain what that means? So obviously I speak fluent Swedish, but to the rest of the people watching, could you explain what that is?
So I don't know. Let's see. I need to figure out the English name for it, but there's sausage which is extremely big. Follow sausage.
A stroganoff, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so stroganoff with sausages instead of beef, right?
Yeah.
Kolbasa. Okay.
So essentially, it is like follow sausage with tomato puree and cream and rice and some garlic.
Yeah, who up stroganoff this sausage, says Spoof. Yeah, okay. So that's your go-to. And is this thing like a ready meal or do you like prepare everything yourself?
Yeah, no, I used to prepare it in meals.
Okay, all right. So what's for dinner today then? Is the real question now.
Chicken and curry.
Chicken and curry. So curry is a very broad thing. Is there a particular kind of curry or is it just chicken with garam masala on top?
No. So this is essentially just frying chicken and then adding curry and cream and some mango chutney. And eat that with rice. It's a phenomenally good thing you can eat when you want to cut weight.
Okay.
And I'm trying to, because I have the belly. The belly exists.
Well, I mean, I guess when we sit down a lot in our lives and, we're slowly dying from this thing, it's going to be, good to deal with your food. But chicken and rice is very healthy. I don't know what the curry entails, if it's like a jar of patkas curry or if it's like just curry paste or whatever it is, but it sounds healthy enough.
No, it's
right?
it's just a normal, what's it called? Not curry paste, but like curry. Yeah, it's like salt, just like
all right,
hand it over the stuff and it becomes yellow and you eat it and it's mamma mia and you like it.
Yeah, it becomes yellow. Very good. Yeah, I did say that to the wife once. I said if I ever wrote a cookbook, it would be about curry and it'd be called 50 Shades of Brown because,
Yeah.
curry. But it is wonderful. It is, okay, so okay. Right, then I got one more question for you before I let you get back to work. And it's this. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'm with you on that one. All right, in that case, I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much for your time. And we should probably do this again sometime. We talk more nonsense on stream. It was wonderful. It worked really well.
Yo, I realized something now when we spoke. You're testing the audio, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So sometimes when I speak and you speak at the same time, I hear myself.
You do?
Yeah.
That is a little bit concerning because that shouldn't happen. Are you maybe hearing yourself because you're in the same room as you? Or is that not it?
That is one way, yes. But
Yeah.
I'm also hearing. If so, then it's 3 people in my room.
Okay,
And
but
then
I'm looking
scared.
to see if my microphone is hot on Discord, and for those of you who are watching, for those who are watching at home, so you can see the green bar around my thing here. If you start talking now,
Hello. I really like pizza.
there you go. There was no green bar around there, so it shouldn't. Do you have the stream on in the background or something?
No. It's muted. I have it in the background, but it's muted.
All right. In that
I
case,
don't hear anything. I've actually been looking at you when you speak, so I have this insane delay.
Yeah,
so
that must be
sometimes when
very
you laugh,
weird,
it came
right?
to me like a second later.
And Dontesias says there is no PHP trauma that can justify putting pineapple in pizza. Well, Dontesias, we're just going to have to agree to disagree, but then agree that you're wrong. All right. Thank you very much for your time. And we must do this again and enjoy the rest of your day now.
You too.
Bye.
See you.
Well, that went well. That was fun. We can do that. So so that works. I'm a little bit concerned about the echo. So if people can hear me while they're talking and I'm talking, that shouldn't happen, right? You know, time to pee the dog. All right, as long as it's to walk the dog and not pee on the dog, we're good. Chatting with viewers could be interesting. Absolutely, this was quite fun, and I'm gonna keep this channel now. If anyone wants to pop in, all right, John Neal, do you wanna have a go? Do you wanna spend 5 minutes chatting with stream, or should we do something? What do you guys want to do? Pineapple and ham? All right. Yeah, I'm on board with pineapple and ham. Yeah. Give us back all the hugs. Italian implants. Chat with all the viewers at once. How would that work? I think that would be, we would have to have a theme and take turns talking. And I don't think Discord has this kind of relay conversation thing, right? Oh, okay. Well, what we did end up with was getting something tested today. I wonder if Stages works like that. Maybe. I honestly don't know anything about Stages. I haven't tried it. Should we find out? Whoops, sorry. I was gonna do that. Discord Stages. How do they work? Okay, we can bring the music back in since there we are. Okay, so the audio was probably okay. I have to change my audio routing on this device because I realized that it routed the audio to my headphones and also to the desktop audio, which ended up sending the audio on both channels. And the reason you guys heard an echo is because this camera down here is delayed by 160 milliseconds, right? I'm still shy. All right, what we're gonna do, John Neal? Okay, what we can do is we can do this, right? You can not worry about being shy, right? I can just ask questions, and all you have to do is just like answer the question. But if you feel a bit nervous, we can do this in the morning some other day when there's like a lower viewer count, right? When we have like 5 viewers in the morning, we can try it, right? Make sure to change your username. You're at work in the morning? Fair enough. Fair enough. So let me look at this thing. The reason I'm saying this is because I am sort of collapsing a little bit here. I'm drowning a little bit. It took a lot of energy to do that. Who can speak in a stage channel? Stage moderators and audience members can interact and speak within the stage. Speakers are able to Speakers are people who can talk in the channel. Speakers can easily move themselves back to the audience by clicking move to audience. Stage mode special speakers who can set the topic of the stage channel opening. They also have the power to add, mute, and remove other speakers. In short, they're in charge of keeping the conversation flowing. But if you can add other speakers, then we could like do takes on things. You can add either entire roles or individual members have stage moderator permission. All server members with permission to view the channel will join stage channel as the audience will be muted. Okay, how do you start? Manage everyone on the stage. Wait, what? To start a conversation on a stage channel, you first have the crucial permissions to manage the stage channel as stage moderators and server admin. Once you have those permissions, select the desired stage channel. So we have to create a stage channel for this thing. I didn't see that when I did this. We can add. Oh no, we can add a stage. Okay. Maybe we should add a stage one day. Maybe we should add a stage. That would be kind of easy, wouldn't it? So when I'm sort of collapsing like I am now, we can just add a stage and then, get on with it. Okay, sorry. I think I'm just too exhausted now. I don't have any energy. This has been. It was fun chatting with Priven, and we shall do so again. We'll probably incorporate that into the Tea with Toggle streams. But it has taken all the energy out of me. I am completely wiped now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end the stream. We're gonna raid. Whom should we raid? I don't know. Maybe we don't raid anyway. Maybe we just end. Get me on at least once. Yeah, totes Caleb. Totes, right? So maybe we do that tomorrow. Museum doesn't allow raids. But maybe we do it tomorrow, Caleb. How do you maybe roughly around the same time? If I'm feeling better, maybe a little bit earlier, and then we can talk about things. You have to find your headset, Jonil. I'll just to get you out of your shell a little bit. We're gonna set a timer to like 5 minutes. And we're just gonna chat a little bit, right? So it'll be great. I'll just be talking to you. I'll ask you questions like, what's your favorite programming language? How did you get into that programming language? What's the how? So you mentioned that you were in tutorial hell. How do you feel like that's going and all that stuff, right? So I just drive the thing and you'll be fine. You just answer questions, right? And then when you don't want to anymore, or the 5 minutes are up, right? But you can just pull the plug whenever you want. You'll be like, okay, I have to go. I have soup in the oven, and then you go, right? So don't worry about that. But it'll be fun to do something different, right? You guys have been wonderful as per usual. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream as much as I've been sick and terrible. And I will see you guys tomorrow then, whether I'm sick or not. And it might be a 5-minute stream, but anyway, bye for now.